Welcome to Tiori's Tarot Comedy here at my YouTube channel where we do live readings every week for you guys. I do appreciate you for all your love and support. For those who are subscribed to the channel already, we are grateful for your loyalty. And for those who are new to the channel, we welcome you to Tiori's Tarot Comedy, baby. Now, flip and switch the roles. Keep what resonates, take what does not out. All of the signs, the energies, and gender roles are fluid in the tarot. So please keep that in mind that this may or may not be your story. If you haven't already, don't forget to make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe, and you ding ding dong, ding 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 dong, bitch ass, ding ding dong, ding 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 dong. You ring that bell, head ass. Shake that ass, go Pookie. Shake that ass, I'm gon' bring it back. Like that, with it from the back, ooh, front right back, ooh, yeah, we on the ass. Daddy, how you like it? Ow. So, Daddy, how you like it? Ow. So we laugh. Oh my gosh. Because when I made that, we know I was high. And the channel was called Tiori's Tarot Comedy. Mainly because people will always be cracking up in the comments. You're like, yeah, they thought I was so funny. They always tell me, like, you are so funny. But that's not just online. It's a in real life personality. You're like, yeah. See, here's the thing. Family would tell you all the time. This bitch make us laugh. We can't control it. My brothers, you're like, yeah. I'll be having them crying. You're like, yeah, weak. Something here. Be like, and they have me crying too. We're all funny, right? We're goofy. So we'll have each other laughing. In real life though, you're like, yeah, like they can come see me for 5 minutes and we all gonna, the whole time they hear, we're gonna be fucking crying and laughing. It'll probably be maybe 2 seconds, man, I'll say 20 seconds of not laughing. It was just something serious, like, you're like, yeah, but we always gotta get joking. You're like, yeah. So that's how I used to do it. I'm gonna start doing that again. My make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe, and you ding ding dong, hey ding 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 dong, yeah, hey ding ding dong. What they do, you ding 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 dong, you ring that bell, hey ass. So that shit right there is gonna be a hit. You like, yeah, like now people gonna want to steal that shit. I'm telling you, it's that ding ding dong. You like, yeah, that's genius. Only me. So whatever that is, we've been doing that for years. I'm gonna take it back to the ding ding dong. You ring that bell, head ass. Okay. All right. Yeah. But it be funny as fuck. Every time I'm with my family, like even people that's close to me, like we get laughs in. I forgot to tell you guys some things. You're like, yeah, okay, I'm so sorry. So it's like, don't be mad at me. Yesterday, I was trying to make some money if I could, nigga. Like, somebody here went to abuse me. It was bad energy yesterday. The energy wasn't right. So I had to get off here. But I'm like, fuck that. No, I forgot to tell you some shit anyway. You're like, yeah, I did. And I didn't know until earlier this morning. I was looking at my different notes because keep in mind, it was all these months of me not talking. So I didn't realize notes were juggled in between other notes, like things that I wouldn't even have remembered that I wrote and put messages on. So I was going through my notes, just like something told me to. Spirit just like, go through your notes again. And I was like, oh, I forgot to tell you this shit. Oh, I forgot to tell you this shit. And today, because I have the patience in my spirit. You're like, you got patience. I actually do today. I have patience. I have patience. And Spirit said, you always patient. You're right. But I'm saying when it comes down to the fuck shit, I'm not always patient with the fuck shit, okay? With the Scorpio, I know. Pisces with the Sagittarius, I know. Taurus with an Aquarius, Libra. So I don't fuck with it. So hold on, let me see it. let's do Bitmojis today, okay? You're like, yay. Don't you love it when I do the Bitmojis? Because it really is memorable. Like, everything here, you're like, yeah, it means something. Okay, we've been able to find these people in the physical. I've seen these Bitmojis in real life. Oh, I said that motherfucker do really exist on my soul, cause I knew you was real. So like you knew it, I knew it. Yeah, I knew I'd find you, motherfucker. Like somebody here, it's unbelievable sometimes to me because the confirmation is outstanding. It's like, well, spirit, you don't want to prove me wrong. I don't want to do it to you. I don't want to do it to you. That'll hurt my feelings. Yeah. For the Gemini. Yeah. So somebody agrees with me. All right. I don't want to be wrong. With the Aries, Virgo, Leo. I don't want to be wrong. That kills my spirits. That kills my joy. That's right. I want to be right. With the Virgo. Yeah. Capricorn. So let's do it. And usually we don't fuck up either. You're like, yeah, everything's on target. All of the Bitmojis be on point. Oh, somebody's like, that's me. I'm so embarrassed. Can we not be embarrassed anymore? Like, can we choose other things to be more embarrassed about? Like, okay, there's way more things in the world that we could really find time to be embarrassed about. I'll give you so many examples, but like, this isn't one of them. Okay, you're like, yeah, like, be embarrassed. Okay, like if you're on a date with a wealthy man and like he just allowed you to go with him to the barbershop and see what number haircut he gets. No, what number on the barber list. And then he like literally allows you to sit there and then, takes you out to eat after. Be embarrassed. When a bitch who's fucking on your baby daddy says, hey, bitch, hey, used to fuck on your baby daddy, and I know because I fuck on him too. He told me. Lying, like, be embarrassed when shit like that's embarrassing. You're like, no, I know, real embarrassing. Like, you don't know embarrassing, so it's like, be embarrassed when somebody really like does something in your life to rob you of an opportunity of a lifetime. Be embarrassed. You're like, yeah, like that was my future on the line, bitch. So it's when somebody's robbing you of an opportunity of a lifetime is when you should be embarrassed that you're making me look bad. And this is the opportunity of a lifetime, bitch, your nigga. You're like that's, see, somebody really knows embarrassment. You don't know real embarrassment. You're like, yeah, that's embarrassing. Okay? That's embarrassing. And I told Spirit, I said, no, I really know embarrassment now, because the shit they be talking, they is not embarrassed for real Spirit. Spirit, like, they're not embarrassed. They are insecure. It's a difference. Like, being embarrassed is when outside sources and energies can influence your whole fucking future, your whole fucking life. No, I ain't. And it's like, you're in a pickle. You have no way out. You just lost the opportunity of a lifetime. Now you gotta wait 10, 5, 10, 15, 20 years for something even similar to come back around. It's like, fuck, I'll never meet someone like you again. And that's it take a while. So that's my shit. I be like, man, those are my type of fears. You're like, yeah, I don't give a fuck if a nigga see me on my worst day. He could see me again on my best day and change his mind. What's embarrassing if he see me on my best day and somebody here come up to me saying some shit like that, that'll make you, you're like, yeah, that'll make me never want to see this man again. It's embarrassing. I want to hide. So it's shit like that. Like, some people just don't know what embarrassment is. This isn't embarrassing. You're like, no. You be embarrassed when somebody's future's on. Like, this isn't going to fuck up your future. You're like, no, yeah. So be embarrassed when your future's on the line. All right. It's different. Okay, wait. So we forgot to tell you a couple things. We forgot to tell you about okay. Yeah. It was a Filipino girl. Okay, you're like, yeah, she was Filipino. She told me that in the dream. So and this girl, she was telling me how her mom does. She told me she know my mom because the woman who raised me, because she said her mom she said her mom does hair and used to work and go to school with my mom. And in the dream, how we met was because I was doing her hair. You're like, yeah. She came to get her hair done. She had a hair appointment. I was doing hair, and she wanted me to do something like wash it, blow dry it, flat iron it, shit that it's nothing to a boss like me. And so I did it, and I remember it was like some of it was dyed. So that's what I'm trying to remember. You're like, yeah, I didn't write all that though. Fuck. I'm sorry, little Filipino girl. You like, yeah, she was a girl of color. We can't do her. But she was a girl of color, but she was Filipino. She told me that. And she had like dye in her hair though on the top. There was a little like burgundy still in there. It was black at the bottom half and everything, but mainly it was black with some like red dye in the top. Like she dyes her top red or burgundy at times. And it was all grown out damn near. But yeah, I was in the mirror. I had her sat at a mirror like a vanity, and I was doing her hair. You're like, yeah, and she was paying me for it. But that was the only thing, was that she wanted me to know that her mom knew my mom, and what's significant, what spirit showed me, she was being trafficked in a past life. You're like, yeah, but I was being trafficked too. And here's the sick part about it. Here's the sickest part about it. I'm gonna tell you guys something I never told you guys, because my brother just told me. I had got confirmation from my brother. He just told me about this shit like maybe a month ago, around my birthday last month, excuse me. Around my birthday last month, he told me that he remembered, because I said, bro, I'm missing, nigga. I said, I'm a missing person. Like, I be telling my brothers, I be telling them the truth. Nigga, I'm a missing person. You can play with me. My brother said, hey, but he tried to like avoid it. He a Gemini. He tried to like avoid what I was saying, but still like speak on the issue. He was like, hey, but do you remember when we went to Disneyland or Disney World, wherever it was in Cali, Disneyland or Disney World? But do you remember we went there? He said, you went missing? You got lost at the Disney place, and that's the same location I told you. That's the like earliest memories I have as a kid, is being stuck at Disney World, Disneyland, whatever the one is, and being inside of like one of the like castle areas where kids can go. It's like a castle, and you come out the castle. I remember we came out the castle, and I was being walked by somebody, and it was somebody who I didn't come with. It was somebody I didn't leave with. It was somebody I didn't know, but they took me to my brother. My brother, you're like, yeah. But my brother, and I remember being in the hotel. I remember getting back to the crib, getting on the plane. I remember everything after walking out of that castle. Okay, whatever this is, it was like one of the princess castles or something. I don't know. Whatever this is, my brother told me. He said, because he was there, and he was the only one that was there. I got 8 siblings, and then I'm the sixth child, so there's 9 of us all together. But I was the only motherfucker that was there beside my brother. It was just us two out of all those kids, and we the youngest out of the 6, right? You like, yeah, so 4 siblings stayed back in Tacoma, right, in Washington, while we went out to Cali. And he told me that, he said, hey, but Tiori, you got lost though. You was missing out there. He said, he said, I had to go find you, cuz you was like, you were missing, you got lost. I said, nigga, I didn't get lost, nigga. I was right. Something was like, I'm abducted. We're done, John Zell. We're done. And so my brother made me laugh, because he some Gemini shit. He be saying shit that like, it's like spirit, that my confirmation. But then this nigga make it seem like, nah, you just got lost for a second, nigga. Nah, we did come together, nigga. Nah, remember? Nigga, we were all on the plane. I'm like, no, nigga. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't remember nothing else but when we ran into each other. I remember that. But I don't remember how I got lost. And I feel like that is significant, because if a child is scared, if a child is traumatized, if a child is in a situation where they're lost, oh, I'm scared. I remember my fear moments as a kid. You like, yeah, all of them, big and small, like just fearful time. I remember the things that scared me. I can't remember being scared. I just remember walking with a stranger I didn't know and being led to my brother. And I was just like, oh, hey. And I just went with the program. So my thing is, that girl is significant. She Filipino and black. You like, yeah. Her mama do hair. And I feel like she's still significant today. What else? But she's being trafficked. If anything else, that's why Spirit sent me the dream. They want me to know she's being trafficked too. Couldn't believe, but something gotta do with a man. She don't trust this man. There's a group of people who don't trust this man. Couldn't the Shaji. Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Who's this man? What's their sun sign? Is that their sun sign? Is that their zodiac, or is that just like their energy? That's their zodiac. They're a Leo. All right. So it's a Leo. You're like, no, don't tell them. It's a Leo man. They don't somebody laughing. Somebody know this motherfucker's good. The Libra, Aries, Aquarius, Pisces. Wait, so it is a Leo man. You're like, don't tell them about me. Somebody don't trust you, Leo. Somebody got memories connected to your stank raggedy ass. All right. So something gotta do with a Leo man. He ain't to be trusted. There's a group of people though. It's a lot of people. They don't trust this man. And it's because he been lying. He don't know how to fix something. He been lying about all type of shit. So whatever this is, I don't know who this man is. You're like, yeah. It look like he from another area. He in another area than me, like another state, another country. He's at a distance for sure. Whoever this Leo is, but it's a Leo man. If it's a Leo man, anyone connected to the last dreams and shit I was telling you about, that Leo man connected to Queen Jaja, all right? If it's the Leo man connected, I don't even know if this is the same man, but if it's the Leo man connected to DDP, any of these Leo men, it's a Leo man, okay? You're like, yeah, you get confirmation of what I'm talking about, but I don't know this man. You like, yeah, he a Leo, all right? And no, he a part of this, so that's significant. He know about the trafficking. A lot of people do. See, something got to do with Colombia, but anyway. My brother told me that. He said, yeah, you got lost in Cali and we had to go find you. Somebody had to bring you to us. And that was my confirmation, like, brother, I'm missing. He didn't see it that way, though. He like, no, sister, you just lost, sister. No, sister, you just lost, sister. You wasn't missing, sister. Making me so mad at Gemini shit, just avoiding it. Okay, wait. So after that, yeah, okay. It was about these children. Something to do with children. You're like, yeah, little boy, little girl. Oh, it was a dream with Kendrick, KL, excuse me. She was funny as fuck. I don't think I told you guys though, because it was on mute. Yeah, and I didn't tell you the other day. This is all shit I didn't tell you yet. It was with KL. Yeah, I couldn't have told you none of this, okay? Because I know I didn't hear it when I talked about it. So in the dream with KL, he was at a home I was staying at, but there was also a producer there. We was making some music, and I was done with my part. Like I was finished with my part, and it was just his turn, and he had to do his part. And it was like a home studio, some real ghetto shit. Funny as hell. It's like he doing his part to the song, and I'm listening, but I'm multitasking. There's other things I was doing as well. Like I feel like I was a student, and so I was writing things. I was doing my part, but I was like doing other studies. You're like, yeah, like I was occupied. My brain was focused, but I could hear him. But I wasn't like in there with him no more, and I wasn't saying anything. I was quiet. So he probably thought I was ignoring him, not like supporting him. And he wanted my attention while they were still recording. Like, I'm not done. We're not done with the song. What about input? Whoop. He just wanted my support, and so I wasn't there. And he was just like, man, getting irritated. He told the producer, he said, all right, yeah. He was like, we finish this later. He was like, you're good, you can go. He told him he could leave and that we finish the song later because he started tripping about me not being active with him in the song no more. You know, you're like, yeah, like, oh my gosh, doing something else, something productive. And he was just like looking at me now with a stank face while I'm at a table writing on like writing on some paper and shit, just writing. He looking at me with a stank ass face. And so I get irritated. So I grab my papers, I grab my laptop, and I go to another part of the house, right? I try to get away from his energy because it's, you know what I'm saying? You're like, yeah, I can tell he hot, he get mad, kicking out the producer and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? But I just was like, okay, let me ignore it because I don't want to make this nigga more mad than he already is. Nigga be tripping. And so I went to the another living room, like the family room. He was in the living room. I went to like a family room type of setting where it's quiet and secluded. You're like, yeah, not so open. And then this nigga gonna come in there after the producer leave. He get the producer out the house. He come next to me on the couch, but he don't say nothing to me, right? This nigga just start going on his phone. He start FaceTiming somebody who's in college, a little bitch in college. I'm like, who the fuck is this bitch in college? It was a bitch in college, KL. You like, yeah, the little bitch you had in college, a little friend or something, but she worked with you though. And she, cause he still watched me. And she worked with this nigga though. And they was they was talking about a collaboration, like getting her on the schedule to, come collaborate and shit. So the whole time this nigga trying to sit next to me while I'm doing some studies and trying to talk to this bitch while she in college, talking about some, yeah, when are we gonna get in to do the song with the whoop? When you got time with the whoop? Trying to piss me off, right? Like just trying to show me that, bitch, you ain't getting none of my attention. Like, bitch, I didn't get none of yours. But why you gotta do it in my face, right? And so I said, Spirit, this nigga, I'm looking at this nigga on the phone. I asked him, can you leave? I was like, can you go talk to her in there? Like, get out my face with that, because it was really making me mad. You're like, yeah. Because, I be getting a little jealous. You like, yeah. Like, it's just in my spirit. It's in my energy. It don't matter who it was. If I love you, I love you. I'm going to get jealous. So I started getting jealous. And so I was like, can you talk to her in there? Because I didn't want to hear this bitch's voice. I didn't want to hear none of that shit, bro. I was getting mad. So he ignored me. And he ignored me. I started talking shit to her, right? You like, yeah, because he wasn't listening to me. I said, can you go in there? Can you go talk to her in there? Like, and he not listening. I'm trying to push him away. He not listening. He acting ignorant as hell, right? Trying to piss me off. So I started talking shit to the girl. I said, get off the fucking phone. And I was like, give me the phone. And I was like, excuse me. I was like, he's busy. I was like, he has nothing to talk to you about. I was like, he don't have time right now. What? Shut this bitch down. I'm seeing this bitch sitting at a desk with all these other college students next to her, all on the sides of her and shit. I'm like, bitch, where are you at? You in school? I said, you shouldn't be answering the phone. Why are you in school? Why are you in school answering the phone? Like, sitting here. So I was mad and I hung up on her. And he he looked at me and he smirked like, yeah, you see how I should feel, huh? And I was like, I don't see how it feels. I don't see the comparison at all. I don't see how me doing other productive work leads to a comparison of you being on the phone next to me with a bitch talking about, right, music. It's not the same. Something here didn't make sense, right? You like, yeah, it's jealousy. And so I told this man, I said, can you please not do that? Like, that really makes me mad, And he was like, yeah, but he was like, we was recording. We were supposed to be finishing the song. He was mad about the song. I realized it. I said, what's the point of all that, right? Because nobody want to wake up to that in their spirit. I don't want to wake up with that type of dream. I said, why are you showing me that? And Spirit said, because he needs to work on that, okay? He has a jealousy concern, okay? I said, that's what's wrong with him sometimes? Spirit said, he gets jealous. And he needs to know that we know. Spirit is on your ass, KL, the Pisces, Virgo, okay? Libra. Okay. Sag. I jealous. You have a concern. And Spirit showed us in the dream, and they said he needs to know we know, okay? And it's going to cause you to not be supported no more, KL. You can't be doing that stuff. If I have things I'm doing for my higher self, if any way, you can't be doing things to lower me down in frequency. We don't need that. We're tired of feeling lowered in frequency by people that we thought loved us and that we know we love. It's not funny. It's not fair. Okay? So we need to stop it. It's a curse. And Spirit said it's a curse from the father's side. You need to break the curse. And I was like, what do I do? You need to tell him the truth. You need to tell him that just because you be feeling some type of way doesn't mean that you'll fight him. I was in the past life willing to leave his life, because he was that's petty to me. You know what I'm saying? Put me in those type of situations. You just be like, what is this? But like, yeah, I was going to walk out his life because I didn't like that. I didn't like to feel like I had to always choose. Like I was always being forced to be there when I was trying to be here, do this when I was trying to do that. Like, damn, you get choices that me. It felt like I was being controlled. You like, yeah, all right. Anyway, he understands when I say it like that. You like, yeah, very controlling, very controlling. That was the father energy. And I was just sorry, yeah, because I could tell he wasn't my lover. I just knew that, like, it was like, why are you trying to force me to be in there when you're in there? In the studio, you're like, yeah, like, it's your time to shine. But he's like, because I was in there when you were in there. But it's like, okay, but I have other things to do. Like, I could have been in school. I feel like I was in school. You're like, yeah, I do, because I was doing work on paper and on my computer. I feel like I was in school. And that's what I'm saying. That shit, it's jealousy. So Spirit told me to tell him that because there's bigger fish you need to be frying rather than trying to fry this bitch. Right. Someone that love you. Someone who thought you loved them too. All right, next up. After that, oh my gosh, I had a dream of my baby siblings. They were grown though. Like they all grown right now, damn near. They like 17, 20 something, 20 something. But I had a dream of them motherfuckers being grown for real. And I just realized, like, Spirit showed me they were hard headed as a motherfucker. They have their own minds. They do what they want. They think how they want. They feel how they want. You can't control them. You can't try to like speak to them no more. Like they you can't raise them motherfuckers. You're like, yeah, like sometimes you get little siblings and you be feeling like, like I can still add to that. Right. I can still add to that. Spirit told me I'm too late. There's nothing you can add. There's nothing you can take away. You're done. All right. So Spirit just need me to know that when it comes to my little siblings, if I happen to see them again, cross paths, Spirit me to know they're gonna be grown. There's nothing I can say no more. They're not listening to your stank raggedy ass. They don't give a fuck what you're talking about. Shut up, bitch. We figured it out. Without you, you're late. Okay, coming with the Leo. Yeah. Aw. And so I do laugh. I say, well, I don't care anyway. Like something for me is like, you got it. They don't need nothing else to add into their life. And so if they watch me, you got it. I'm not gonna add nothing to your life. You're grown as fuck. You're like, yeah, be you, right? You're like, yeah. I feel like they still think, I got somebody to listen to. You don't have people to listen to. Not me, not your brothers, not your sisters alike. Something here is like, who are we? All right. You're grown. Okay. That's how I feel. You like, yeah, like that's how I feel. Who am I? Who are we? And I can't stand when siblings be trying to still try to fucking control your life, but you are grown like me. We're grown. Stop telling me what the fuck to do, thinking I'm gonna listen to your dumb ass. All right. So they don't listen to me no more. Spirits need me to know that just in case I forgot. Okay. Oh, I had a dream I was with a group of kids, but I was around their age, and I feel like the age we look like we're high schoolers. Like they look like high school kids. But I was around their age. It was a group of us. They were white. Like there was white girls, like two white girls. I knew there was a few Asians, an Asian boy, an Asian girl. There's probably like two Asians, two white girls, but there was an Asian boy and an Asian girl. I know that there was light skinned boys and also boys of color, and there was white boys. You like, yeah, the rest were boys, white boys and boys of color, light skin and caramel chocolate. You like, yeah, it was a mixture of us, but there was only like three girls: me, the white girl, and the Asian girl. You're like, yeah, there wasn't that many girls. It was three, and we were walking down the streets. Right, we were walking down the street, being kids, talking shit to each other, playing, pushing each other to get to get out the way. Move, man, move, da da da. Right. So we being just kids trying to get back to the crib or something, like trying to get back to somebody's house. But we kicking it, and we in the. I remember going to somebody's house and we started to like sit our asses down and just get comfortable. And somebody said one of the kids' name. They said it was somehow do with a white boy named King. His name's King. And some guy do with a little cancer boy. I didn't get the cancer boy's name, but I got King's name. And the cancer boy, a boy of color. I didn't get his name though. Some guy do with kids that play sports, basketball, football, soccer, shit like that. And then I heard this song come to me. This dude, I heard a man's voice. He got a pretty ass voice. Hold on, let me try to find it on my voice memo. He got this pretty ass voice. He's son to me, but he know these kids. And he told me he passed away, but he used to work with. He told me he used to work with one of the kids' dads in this life, like the cancer little boy or something. He worked with one of the kids' dad, the little boy of color. And this man, he said, "Yeah, I died, but I used to work with the father of the one of the boys of color, and it looked like it was the cancer." And he told me that, but if it wasn't, it was just a boy of color for sure. And he told me that he was a man of color. The man who died, he's like, yeah, I'm a light skinned man, and he does music. And he sung this to me. Hold on, this nigga can sing. You like, yeah, nigga, I'm telling you, is this shit? Is this shit? All right, so yeah, this is it. I'm trying to mimic the voice. Let me put myself on mute. Hold it. I'm trying to mimic the voice. If I got another emoji to show you, I will. But I'm trying to mimic this nigga's voice and shit. So just listen. Don't judge me. All right, that shit go hard. That shit go hard. You like, you will always say I love you. That shit go hard. You like, yeah, he at that Whitney. You will always say something like that. You know that Whitney. I love you. So he sung it to me, right? You like, yeah. And he told me that, yeah, that's how they sing it too. I had to sing it high as hell because that's how high their voice was in my head. Like, I would never have chose that. You're like, no, absolutely not. Something here was straight from the gods, straight from the ancestors. Yeah, it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. So yeah, he sung that shit, and I was like, what you need me to know about all that? You like, I need you to know that those kids you saw, they're kids today. You're like, no way. He said like, yeah, King a kid. King's a kid, the little boy, the cancer boy, a kid. All these motherfuckers is kids. They're children. I said, no fucking way. He said, yeah. And in the past life, you died before them. So you old as hell. You older than these kids. They still kids today. And you need to know you die in the past life. You need to know that they finding you, and you need to know that they remembering you. And that's scary. You know what I'm saying? It's like, cause how strong I am spiritually and intuitively, it can strengthen a child immediately. If a child's open, all a child gotta do is be open to learn, open to listen to spirit. But if they connect with me, if they have memories of me, it's a wrap. You like, yeah, little girl to little boy, it's a wrap. Like they're gonna start ding 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 remembering this bitch. And so it's like they're gonna get ascended faster because they're around they're listening to an ascended person. And the spirit told me that, you're like, yeah, these kids, they're kids today, but they're gonna remember you, and we just want you to prepare to have to experience them eventually. They're gonna be connected to your future, but they're also a part of my past lives. And they were already in my life when I was a kid in a past life. I just died before they did. You're like, I'm older than them. They stayed alive. Staying alive. So it got me emotional because I was like, damn. I said, like, that's how it could be. It's that real, and I can't control if these kids remember me or dream of me, you know. That's just their Akashic records moving. That's their own intuitive genius kicking in. But I want to support them. I want to help them. If they ask or need guidance, I don't want to overstep my boundaries. So I don't. I had to stop doing that shit. Like, I'm not the type to do that anyway, but I had to stop sometimes communicating with certain children. Like my niece, I got a niece. She grown now. But ever since this day, I've been scared to like communicate with her in a way to where I feel like I can taint her. You're like, yeah, I really took her mom's advice. Her mom and I got into a big argument, my sister, over my niece calling me when her and her mom would get into. She would call me anyway, you know, at the time. She would just call me to see advice with anything, school, boys, life. You're like, yeah, you know, Nisi, call auntie. That auntie. I could be myself with auntie. I can talk to auntie in a comforting way. Auntie doesn't judge me or make me feel bad for being who I am. It's just the energy naturally. You like, it's natural. It wasn't biased. It was a natural energy that I have. A lot of people be comfortable opening up to me as kids. And so, because I'm like childlike, you know how I am. You look, you like, yeah, we know Tia. Her mom's really an adult. She don't play. She don't play. You like, yeah. Okay, hold on. But auntie got a balance. Auntie don't take everything serious, not even with her own kid, right? Like, you could tell me anything. This is my natural energy, right? So it's comforting for my niece. She would call me, and it was cool at first. My sister would be like, thank you for talking to her, you know. She tells me she speaks to you. It was cool at first, right? Until they got into an argument over my niece feeling like she wasn't being heard, right? That was the argument. The whole point of the argument was my niece felt like she wasn't being heard by her mom. And the question my niece had for me was, auntie, what do I do when my mom don't hear me, auntie? When I feel like I'm not being heard. What do I do, auntie? You know, it's like, how do I resolve that? Because I don't want to be disrespectful. And she feels like I am. And, you know, it's like, I don't know what's the solution. And at the time, I was teaching classes in middle schools, high schools, and elementary schools. I had been teaching classes. I was getting paid by the state. I don't even know how I got on with this opportunity. It was a guy named Threat Brown who put me on with one of them. He was working with, I don't even know how he got on. You like, yeah, this nigga got out of jail, and nigga, the state started fucking with this nigga. You like, yeah, giving him bread, nigga, getting him paid to, right, like be who he is and share his experiences with the world. So he motivated me, and I started getting paid doing the same shit. You like, yeah, teaching classes, all type of shit with the kids. They trust us. And then this other person, it's a girl. Her name's her last name's Foster. I want to say I don't want to get it wrong, but it's I'll just call it T Foster. I don't know her first name fully right now. I don't want to get it wrong, but yeah, she put me on with opportunities too. And so both of them together. I was unstoppable, just getting opportunities back to back. I'm talking about $100 just to talk for 2 hours type shit. You're like, no way. Yeah, like quick money, quick money. And so I was making good money doing those things, speaking engagements with kids and running my courses, my curriculums, my classes. I still got this shit saved up today. I could do this today if I wanted to, but I would go and I would teach them how to love themselves more if their surroundings or their peers or their household couldn't provide that love for them that they wanted, and how to also teach their peers, their support system, their household to love them more if they sometimes get led astray, or let's say they just get busy. You just maybe had a long day. Yeah, it was a long day at work, the kids, it's a lot, I gotta cook, order the food, all type of shit, gotta clean, so like maybe you just had a long day, like whatever your circumstances may be, neither here nor there. It's still something to find time to love on your children, right, and love on yourself, right? So I was like, okay, I could teach these children how to love themselves, but I could also teach these children how to ask for love that they don't feel like they're receiving. And the best way is, I said for my niece, I said, first, what you got to do, Nisi, is you got to write. I said, you got to write these things down. You got to write your thoughts down, because when you talk about it without having it written down as a child, especially, you can get misconstrued. You can get confused with your own thoughts. Like when you're writing, it makes it more clear for you to pull out bullet points and like focus points and things like that. Like you could focus on that. It's a focal point. And so she was like, okay, writing will help me. I'm like, yeah, write things down. What I want you to write down is the pros and the cons. What's positive things that you think your mom does for you to support you, right? What are the positive things? Let's start with the good. Write down as many as you can. Everything that your mom does to support you. I said, she feeds you, right? You like, she feed me. I said, she put clothes on your back, roof over your head. She supports me. I said, she give you shelter. Yeah. And you like, yeah, she give me shelter. I said, if you need anything financially, she supports you with that. If you're down bad, you need something, she'll support me with my finance. If you need money to go somewhere, hang out with your friends, your little stank raggities. If you need money to go to the skating rink, the bowling alley, she'll support me with that. I know she will. It's never been a problem for my sister. And so I'm like, okay, that's the good thing. She supported, right? I'm like, okay. I say, in you're secure. You have security. You're safe. Everything else is good with that. It's just what, and you see, let's write down what's the negatives. I don't feel like she understands me when it comes down to what, and you see, the things I want to do. So that's where it got to, like, okay, now we're talking about your passions. Now that changes the conversation. You have desires, I have passions, things I'm great at, things I want to pursue, things I want to do. And see, and she made me feel like I shouldn't be doing it, or I'm not supposed to be doing it, or it's not time for me to do it, or something about her not doing it. You like, yeah, that's feeling like she not supported herself when it comes down to her passions. Yeah, I'm supported with my life, my being, my health. But my passions, no. I feel like she don't support what I want to do. And that break Nisi's heart. You like, yeah, cuz. You like, yeah, that hurt Nisi. Like, mom, you supposed to support my passion. There's things she wanted to do connected to making money. You like, yeah. It was good for her. It wasn't things bad. It was inspiring, But it was like my sister, she's like that. She's like she's like a mom that's also like a teacher. So it's like she's the type to tell you, okay, well, if you want to start your own business, you need to invest in but you need to have the money. I'm not finna be your sole provider. I'm not finna, right? She teach you how to be independent. Like, it hurts, right? It's like, why couldn't you give me the 10,000 like the white people? It's like it's like an energy of, sister, I know you could easily just give her the money to start their own. I could, but I'm not going to. She wants to do that. I don't want her to do that. And that's the secret, right? So it's like, when I know my sister, you like, yeah, the sister really don't want her to do that shit. Like, that's why I invested in it, because I don't want her to do it. I don't trust her doing it. That's the secret. But I can't just tell my niece that. You like, yeah, because it'll make my sister look bad. It will. It's sad. It's the truth, though. That's how my sister feels. So I didn't tell Nisi that. I just said, okay, Nisi. The point is, I knew. And I said, okay, Nisi. I said, well, all you can do is ask her for her support with that. She said, no, auntie, I need to do this and that. I said, well, that's the rules, right? Period. I can't change this bitch's mind. I know this bitch. Not my sister. I know this bitch. You like, yeah, answer ain't gonna change, bitch. That's the answer. I said, all you can do is try. That's how you do it. You ask. You ask again. She said no. You have to accept it. I said, all you can do is try. I said, you just gotta explain it to her in that type of way. Like, it's something where I feel like it's a lack of support in that area, but you're so great in these other areas, mom. Talk about the pros. You're so great with this, mom. You're so great at that, mom. You do this. Like, mom, I don't want to say nothing about anything else besides, mommy, just my own passions. But it still didn't work, and I ended up getting a call. You're like, yeah, we ended up arguing. I had to cuss her the fuck out. You're like, it was bad. We stopped talking for a few years, and and we tried to come back together in the physical because I was all over the phone at a distance, and we tried to see each other after that, like 2-3 years. It was 3 years later. Yeah, like 3 years later, we come in the physical together, and we reconcile. It was like 2 years. And when we reconcile, it's no better. You're like, yeah, it's like the same shit. We get into the argument in the physical, and I almost had to beat my sister up. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to leave. I had to leave the hotel so I wouldn't fight her in the hotel. You're like, yeah, go outside, smoke a blunt, get a drink. I'm telling you, like, we was about to fight in the Holiday Inn. Something here with the kitchen was, nigga, the nigga, the living room was, nigga. We was in the living room arguing, and it was over my niece again. So that was my last draw. And that was back when I was like 25 or so, 24, 23. How many years ago is that? 6 years ago? So yeah, 23. I was 23. That was when I was like 23, 22. So that was the last time we talked about it. And I haven't talked to my niece since. You're like, no, not in that way. Like, no, I can't, because I feel like I might overstep. But with children, that's how I am. And I just want them to know, I know that you guys watch me, but I don't want to overstep. So parents come first. It would take your parents. You're like, yeah, communicate it with me personally, okay? No, yeah. Okay, wait. Okay, somebody makes movies. There's a movie. It's called it's not probably around today. I don't think it's around today, but it was around the past life. It was connected to, I think it was called Star Life, and it was connected to a song that's significant. And it was a movie. It's an animation film with black people of color. It's an African American family, a little boy, a little girl, a mom and a dad, and they got a little song. The song go, Star Life, yeah, Star Life, yeah, Star Life, yeah, uh, Star Life, yeah, Star Life, yeah, Star Life, Something here is funny as fuck. So that's the song. You're like, yeah, it's an animation film. Somebody does anime. Okay, wait. So the movie though was significant. They were kids, and the adults living underwater, and they didn't have no fins, no fin tails, or no fish tails, or no like fins where it looked like they were mermaid or nothing. No, nothing that symbolized like a creature looking being. They look like humans underwater living a fucking normal life. You're like, yeah, they didn't need nothing to survive, it looked like, either. I didn't see no tubes make them look sick, nothing like that. They just had their body and their family. You're like, yeah. And they were all in that bitch, swimming around, talking around, doing everything. And they were singing, Star Life, yeah. Star Life, yeah. Star Life, yeah. Little nigga was gigging. I was like, who the fuck made this? It's a hit. Star Life, yeah. That's a stupid Star Life. So that was what it was. And so Spirit said, what's significant about Star Life? You just need to know. Sometimes with people who make animation films connected to anime, where it's like people do that, like it's not real movies and real shows where people are real people. It's animated. It's very significant. The ones who film or write or record or do whatever you do for animation, somebody gonna lose their job. You like, yeah? Mm-hmm. With the Scorpio? Ace of Swords. No, yes, you are. Somebody laughing. With the Cancer. I bet you're gonna lose their job to do the animation. You're like, yeah, it's a person who do anime. I said, is it a white man or a man of color? Is it Asian? It say, is a white man. I said, what the fuck? Why are you doing movies on fucking black families? All right, living under fucking water. So that was the movie, his choice, his preference. But Spirit made me know that he don't support families of color for real. He used them to make money off them. Don't be embarrassed. With the Aries, Capricorn, Aquarius, Gemini. And somebody know this man, but I don't know him. I just know the movies. You're like, yeah, it's Star Life. Is animation film with people of color. He's a white man. I could the Leo. Okay, wait. So that's somebody's confirmation. Oh my gosh, go to the crazy with Gemini. Like that right there did it. That does it. Okay. So after the little kids came though, let me keep going. King and all them, all the little boys and girls. Yeah. I saw someone had to do with a girl named Aaliyah. Aaliyah is so freaking cute. You're like, yeah, Aaliyah. She light skinned. She a little pretty. She a little light skinned girl. And she be having her hair in ponytails and like these little pigtails. I don't know if they got it on here. But she be having her in like these little pigtails. And she is so freaking cute. And she had a brother. He's chocolate. You're like, yeah. Aaliyah could be 5. No greater than 5 years old. I don't even think they got her hairstyle, but they might. But yeah, she's no greater than like 5 years old. But Aaliyah, her brother is chocolate, and that's not her hair. It's not those type. It's like the ones that come down. Her brother's chocolate, and they was arguing. She got like a big brother, but he's little. They're little kids. Yeah, they don't got her hairstyle, and they were going back and forth about clothes, and they were arguing with each other about a sweatsuit. He said, yours is the white one. He said, yours is the white one. Or no, yours is the one that's white. This one's mine. And she was standing around getting mad. And she said, no, it isn't. That one's mine. Yours is the white one. And I said, oh my gosh, they are so cute. It was Aaliyah, this little girl, and her brother. You're like, yeah. And I said, what's the thing about those kids, right? Arguing this shit over a sweatsuit. They were cute as hell, but you could tell like they got money. So you like, yeah, because their sweatsuits look, I'm talking about balling. The little boy was wearing his. Aaliyah didn't have hers on. Hers was sitting inside of a bag still. Like she still had to take it out and put it on. But she saw that her brother had on the white one. You're like, yeah. Or the other one, the gray one. It was the gray one. Hers was the white one. And they look clean, so I know they got money. I was like, what's significant about that? Spirit said, those kids know you. They miss you. I said, they know me? Spirit said they miss you. They've been waiting on you to come back online and speak because you inspire them. I said, oh my God, you make me cry. Like, I love the children. Oh my gosh, maybe more than Michael. For me, the children do something different. You're like, yeah, they teach me a new way. You know, it's like, I feel like it's more than you, Michael. Because Michael, you would play out there with the kids. I would give them the shit, bro. You're like, yeah, fucking take the house, bro. You're like, yeah, fucking here, you got it. Like that's the children for me. I remember when I stopped doing cheerleading coaching, I called one of my captains. She was a co-captain for varsity. I called her and asked her. I said, "Can you come pick up this trophy?" I said, "I want you to have the trophy. I want you to have all these trophies." I said, "I want you to have because we won a trophy." I said, "I want you to have some shoes. I want you to have some clothes. I want you to have some shit." You like, yeah? Her and her mom pulled up and got all this shit. I gave her mom some shit. I said, "I want you to have some heels. What size you wear?" I gave her mom all type of heels and shit. It's stunting. You know what I'm saying? Her mom like a Leo. I gave her all type of shit. You like, yeah, got them looking flawless, bitch. And I was just like, yeah, like, no, for real. I'm the type though like that to give it to you. So I'm saying I really love children. I'll give it to you. It would be sad when kids didn't always win trophies. I would have to make more trophies just like for being a part of the team. Here's a trophy just for you being on our team. I'm so grateful for you. I gotta give you a trophy, something to remember. You know, like I was really there. Yeah, not just no certificates. I gotta get you a trophy too, just like the other girls, because these girls walking out with trophies. You like, yeah, you can't avoid it or deny it when somebody's just that great. If a kid is great at being a cheerleader, I had to accept it. I was like, man, they gonna win these trophies. Like, that motherfucker never fail. You like, yeah, you never fucking up. You never. That motherfucker never. So that motherfucker never did no wrong. That motherfucker never fucked up. That motherfucker always got it right. That motherfucker was a leader. They're perfect. You're like, I can't deny it. You're gonna get trophies. So I had to create, right, like, common trophies just for being on the team. We're grateful trophies, right? I understand. Let's keep going. Okay, wait. So yeah, I miss them too. I love you guys. The children, when you guys see this, you're like, yeah, are they still allowed to watch me? Am I available for them still? Or did the parents say, fuck no, man? Is it like, no, you're still available? They still let you. We can still see her. You're still available. You're welcomed in this house. That's right. Because the Pisces, Aries. No, she's welcomed in this house. Because the Taurus. Okay, you're done. So yeah, this is a family with some money. You like, yeah, wealthy Melanite family, beautiful children, beautiful family. And I was like, wow, this is so great to see the kids. But yeah, they miss me. I miss them too. Okay. You like, yeah, I love them. Sorry, children. I was MIA. I'm sorry. Missing in action. All right. After that, uh, I heard somebody say, I don't think I told you guys this. Did I? I don't think I did. If I did, that's good. If I didn't, that's bad. I heard Wyatt doesn't talk much. He leaves people out in the cold. He told our friend, not too late at coming somewhere. I said the person who said this was a child. They said it in my sleep. It was Wyatt's family or something. Someone who watches over me. And they already was watching over Wyatt. And I said, why is it significant? I asked the kid, you know. And he said, Wyatt doesn't feel like he's being supported by people because Wyatt loves me as a person and people don't believe him. It's like people don't like that Wyatt supports me or he loves me. You're like, yeah, that's what Spirit need me to know about Wyatt. That's what's significant. Somebody that was a child said this. The child, something got to do with people who were underage when they passed away, like a teenager or something. Somebody could have died as a teen. But it was like a story about how someone was drinking underage and they broke the law by drinking and driving with their friend, coming home from a gathering or a party or reconciliation with other kids or other people, other teens. And they were on their way from the party coming back home and they got in a hit and run. It wasn't a hit and run really because they died when they got to the hospital, but they got to a hit with another car, like an accident. It was a woman that they hit, but the woman survived. She was a adult, and the kids passed away at the hospital. It was these two boys, but yeah, it was because they were drinking and driving, or something like that. You're like, yeah, whoever these guys were that said this story about Wyatt, and I said, okay, and so that was the secret. That's how they got into the accident, but I feel like this is a white man or a white kid, white people. Okay, I think I told you guys about Wyatt, but that's how I found out about him is through a little kid. They said Wyatt doesn't talk much. He leaves people out in the cold. He told our friend, not too late at coming somewhere. But he's not a bad guy. You're like, not Wyatt? Nah. He leave people out in the cold because that's just his nature. You're like, yeah, I don't know why he like that. It's not nothing personal. He just be putting himself first. Cause the Scorpio, Aries. But the dude, the kid didn't look at it as a bad thing. They were just saying it like, you know, people don't believe him or support him when it comes out of him supporting you or loving you. You're like, yeah. He fucked with me though. Yeah. I fuck with you too, Wyatt. If you watch this, you're like, yeah, you don't do nothing wrong. You just put yourself first. You turn your back on people. Is there a reason for that, spirit? And no. Yeah, because they be talking behind people's back. They talk behind his back. So somebody here is messy. He feels like bitches niggas are messy. All right. Because with the Taurus, Capricorn, you're messy, bitch. You're messy, nigga. All right. So that's not bad. That's good. He's healthy. He keeps only healthy people around his circle. Anyway, after that, oh, this was crazy. But is this important to the YouTube or the channel, or you're like, no, like, yeah, this is important. Okay. Okay, no, this shit is crazy. You're like, yeah. Okay, wait. I was I was living at my mom's again, the woman I grew up with, right? It was her house, by the way. And I was living there again, the same type of mock-up I was living in this life as a kid. So I was living there as an adult, right? You're like, yeah, living with my mom. And I saw me and my brothers, right? We're all there besides my eldest brother, the oldest one. He stayed out in like Florida. He wasn't there. And so it was me and my three brothers staying there for sure. And three out of my six. And we always moved back in, but the younger kids, we have three younger siblings, two girls, one boy. The younger kids, they were living there, but they were more free. Like they would leave more than we did. They had more friends in the community. You know what I'm saying? You like, yeah, like they had more people to talk to in the community, to kick it with outside. We was inside more so, just talking to each other, kicking it with each other. The siblings that were older. But my little siblings, they were outside playing with their friends and like going out to the malls and shit, just kicking it like kids still. But they weren't kids no more. I knew they were grown up. But what's significant was a white woman. Let's do the Bitmoji of the white woman. Okay. Let's see. Did I describe what her hair looked like? Okay. Is a young and is the side of fat white woman? Was her hair in a ponytail, spirit? It was like ponytail. She works at the airlines today in this life. It was in this life today. She works at the same airline my mom worked at that been raising me. Okay, hold on. And it was like blonde, yeah. And it was a bun or something. It was an updo. I'm trying to show you what she looked like. So yeah, this woman came over, right? You're like, yeah, and it was like that. And when she came over, she was coming there to see a baby. There was a child that was staying at the house, a little white boy. That was significant too, okay? This little white boy. And the white boy could have been like no greater than 5 before, I'll say like no greater than 4 years old. I feel like the little boy was like 3. He like he was a 3-year-old, 4-year-old max. Like he was still growing up to walk. I feel like he was like 3. And he was still getting ready to like fully walk and shit, or like, grow up as a baby. And so he was getting out of his infancy for sure. Like he was growing out of infancy, terrible 2s, hitting 3 or something. Like he was out of infancy. He was fully walking, but still stumbling. So I feel like he was 2.5, 3. Yeah, like between those ages, because that's walking ages, like 2 to 3. Okay, hold it. Yeah, give me one. And he was a white boy, all white. And this little boy, this is what she looked like. He had what the fuck? Her skin color. No, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, you were pale, girl. You wasn't tan at all, baby. You lucky I don't make you this color. Yeah. She was pale as hell. She didn't have all that tone. All that tone. I can't leave him alone when I throw on this tone. And leave me alone when I throw on this tone. Anyway, we laugh. that happened, and I was looking at her mad because the baby, he was scared when he saw her, a little boy. And I didn't like that. Mind you, I just moved back home, so I'm not knowing why the fuck the baby's here. There's a lot going on. Like, I'm not really paying attention to why the fuck the baby here. You know how long the baby been here. You like, I'm not giving a fuck about none of that. I'm just like, the baby here. It's the baby. It's the baby. So I was just being helpful, supportive. But when I saw her come in the house looking for the baby, and then the baby got scared, the little white boy got scared, and he tried to run from her. But that's when I noticed, like, he just learned how to walk because he was stumbling. He almost fell when he was trying to run away from this bitch. And I knew, like, okay, he just learned how to walk or something. And I was confused as to why the baby was scared of her. That's what really fucked my head up, was like, why the fuck is you scared of the woman, you know? And the little boy, he told me, no, 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 I don't want to go with her. No, no, no. He could talk. You like, yeah, absolutely. The boy could talk. And that was what significant too. Like, he was talking, saying how he didn't want to go with her. And how she turned him into a robot. He said that. That's why I think he was like 2 to 3 years old, bro. He said some wild shit. He told us that his mama, that woman, that was his mama though. I didn't know that, right? But that was his mama. He told us that that woman killed him and brought him back and turned him into a robot. She killed me and brought me back and turned me into a robot. Like, this little boy could talk. I can't really explain it. So that's why I feel like he was 3 spirit. You're like, yeah. And he scared me when he said that, because I was concerned. I looked at this bitch different. You're like, yeah, fuck yeah. Like, bitch, hold on. No, you, bitch, that's some shit I've been, bitch, teaching about. Bitch, yeah, like, I looked at this bitch like, bitch, no way he just said that. And that's some shit I know is no bullshit. Like, it was something in my spirit that already knew that, you know, like, that's possible, right? Like, I knew it's possible on my show. So when the little boy said it, nigga, I was ready. Like, yeah, nigga, like, you saying something different now, right? That people don't ever say. And I knew, like, to pay attention. And she said, what are you talking about? You're lying. Da-da-da. She started yelling at the little boy. And I said, man, I said, did you really kill this boy and get him AI? Like, I said AI, you know, because he's saying robot. I'm like, did you really do that though? Like, I had questions. I wanted to know. Don't be coming here and seeing this little boy if you just got him killed and restarted over his little AI. She said, no, he's lying. She told us he was lying. And I said, you're not taking him nowhere. That's what I told her. And she was trying to visit him and still talk to him. And she had separation anxiety. The point was, she made an agreement with her job, Alaska Airlines. No, yes, you did, little stank raggedy ass white bitch. And you and your job made an agreement for you to stay away from the child, little boy. You can't see this nigga no more. There's no more rights to him. Not visitation, not nothing. Like, not taking care of, custody, nothing. So she had to run away from her son, and she didn't want to. She was still connecting with him on the low. She wasn't supposed to be there. Alaska Airlines would have been pissed had they found out this bitch been taking trips behind the scenes to come and try to connect with this child, right? They would have been pissed. You like, oh my God, this is not a part of the plan, because they helped this bitch sell the child, all right? Could be dealing with human trafficking. You know, yes, they did. That's what Spirit showed me. She didn't listen. And I'm almost done with this bitch. She didn't listen. And she didn't listen when they told her not to have any more contact with him. You know what I'm saying? They told her no more contact. She had separation anxiety. That's the secret. It was hard for her in past life. And so she came back around constantly to visit him, watch him grow up. I mean, the nigga was 3 years old at that point, type shit. Old enough to say all that. I was just like, yeah, man, like, yeah, you've been coming for a while. He figured you out early, and he don't trust her no more. He's scared of her. And so at this point, in the dream, I had told her she has to leave after she was trying to say that he was lying and shit. So she gotta go because she wasn't trying to answer my question. She was trying to say he's lying, like she ain't got no answers because she called him a liar. So I'm just like, you gotta leave the house. I told her she can't have him. No, I'm over here trying to nigga regulate at this point because nobody else been putting two and two together. And so she get mad and she walk out the house with an attitude. You like, yeah, that's right. And I just was like, I don't give a fuck. And when I saw her leave the house, I knew I had on what outfit was that? What brand? It was Champion, the brand Champion. I had on a Champion jumpsuit, like the whole sweatsuit. I had on the sweater. I think it was the navy. If it wasn't the black one, it was like dark navy blue. It was a dark color. I feel like it was navy blue. I had on the navy blue and white Champion sweater and the navy blue sweats. It was matching. And then I had kicked this bitch out. And I saw that there was niggas outside my house that I knew. I was like, these niggas, they was chilling. I knew them niggas. I went to school with them in this life. I was like, what's up? They didn't know I moved back home. I said, hey, what's up? They was like, what's good? They said, hey, I'm glad to be back. You feel me? I was like, yeah. It was cool. We was kicking it after that. But the point was with her, she was significant because she worked, what's her ear, Spirit? She worked for the airline. Spirit said this bitch on the same shit today. But today, in this life, she know better. She ain't going and looking for the baby. She ain't going and seeing the baby. What Spirit wanted me to know is there's people who work for the airlines that's trafficking their own children, and there's people who work for the airlines that's taking children that are being trafficked. You know what I'm saying? You like, yeah, like it's one or the other. They be taking either the ones that are being trafficked to take care of them. They're getting paid to take care of children connected to the airlines, or they're getting paid to sell their children connected to the airlines. You're like, yeah, to traffic their children connected to the airlines. This is somebody who is given the opportunity to traffic their you're like, right, understood, understand. Okay, so she was getting an opportunity to traffic her children. Give me one. All right, and you stupid Spirit. You stupid. It didn't go. It's planned. You're like, the bitch was fat. Not trying to be rude. I'm trying to be real with you. She was big as hell. And she lied about that. The little boy told on her. She had no makeup on her nothing. You're like, no, All right, so this is her. She came in there like she worked for the airlines. My little airlines outfits. But yeah, that was real significant about this woman was that she's doing that shit today. But the difference is that, like I said, she's never went back. She learned from the last lifetime to never go back and reunite with the child. Leave the child alone after you fuck up their life. All right, like leave that child to be in a fucked up situation. And so she hasn't gone back and tried to prove herself or anything. Alaska Airlines. No, yes, that is your colors. You guys wear pants and you wear skirts. Here, I'll put you in a skirt. That's my confirmation. It's the skirt for me, baby. You think I don't know the outfits? Like I haven't been seeing them all my life? No, I've seen them all my life. This woman's worked for them before I was born. I've seen all the outfits. I know all the Alaska Airlines, all the outfits. Don't do that. I know all of them, every single one. So I know the outfits. That's this bitch. Where's that blue, bro? Don't look for it. Alright. You guys wanna play with me? We're gonna do that one. Alright, so this her. Let's put your shoes on. You wanna wear the flats or the heels? You gotta choose one or the other. I'll do the heel flats. Alright, you gotta do all black. All black. It's part of the policy. Okay? So this her got this bitch on camera. It wasn't me. I said I got you on the camera. It wasn't me. Got you on Bitmoji. Wasn't me. It wasn't me. Alright, so it was her. We got it. Okay, let's keep going. After her, um, boom. Yeah, I had a dream. I met my stepsister. My stepsister Katura from the past. She's not my sister, no, my stepsister no more, but she used to be. But my dad was married to her. My stepsister Katura on that side, her family in this dream, she wasn't in it, but her family was. She had two sisters, half sisters on her dad's side. Her dad's name is Marcus. His side of the family had there was two girls in this dream that were both sisters, and they were her sisters, and they were his daughters with two different baby moms. You're like, yeah. So they were half sisters too. They just all got the same dad. It's their dad. This nigga is a criminal. I've told you about him, I think. But I said, yeah, it was her family on her dad's side. I said she got two sisters. Both of them were mixed. One of them got a baby mama named Molly, and the other one I forgot. But these girls and their moms get along. In the dream, they had noticed me. They knew me before I knew them. You're like, yeah, uh-huh. They had said, Tiori? And I was like, how the fuck? I never met these kids in my life. They were kids. I never met the kids. The mom was there too, but the mom was sitting at another table. They were at these tables I was walking past. I was trying to talk to a security guard in the location we were in the dream. I was going to the security guard and could talk to him about a problem I was having with somebody at the location. So I was telling him about it. But before I went and talked to him, I saw them, and they stopped me, and they said, "Is that Tiori?" They noticed me, and they said, "Oh my gosh!" And I looked back. I said, "Hi," because they were kids and they were sitting with other kids, like they were having a party or some shit. I'm like, "Hi." I said, "Who are you?" And they're like, "You don't know us?" And we're Katura sisters. They told me that. They said they're Katura sisters. And I said, Katura? And they said, yeah. They said, our dad is Marcus. And I said, no fucking way, right? I'm like, I'm getting chills, right? Like, why the fuck are these kids talking to me though? Because they're kids. Katura is grown. She older than me. So she like in her 30s or something. So I'm like, why are these kids talking to me? You know what I'm saying? Like they little kids. And they're like, we know you. We see you online. They've watched me, right? And I said, oh my gosh. And I was like, hi. And so somebody's been talking in the family, but the mom of whose mom was it? I said, one of the baby mom's name is Molly. Molly wasn't there. The one that was there, I forgot her name. But these girls and their moms, they all get along. I said, the mom was telling me how Marcus, because the mom was there. She was like, "Hi, I'm the mom of one of the girls," and I forgot her name. But she told me, she said, Marcus. She said, yeah, Marcus has a job professionally traveling as a lawyer. She was a white woman, and she said that the job was connected to his baby's mom, Molly, before she got with him. She was like, yeah, it was when he was working with his last baby mom, Molly. She really fucked him up. They were at this job together, and all this shit. And I was just like, okay, okay. Is so the point of the matter is, I was like, why am I dreaming of these motherfuckers, right? Because who cares? Like, I don't, right? You're like, yeah. But Spirit said because some guy do it, that man, their dad robs identities. And that girl, I swear the little sister told me her name was like, it was like a light-skinned one that looks almost white, and there's a light-skinned one that looks light-skinned. The light-skinned one that look almost white, that's whose mom was telling me all this shit. Her mom looked more white, but the other one, she looked more light-skinned. I feel like her mom, like, not as white looking. This one looked foreign, like she could have been from another country. And so she was talking about all this. But yeah, they were saying how their names were like Lakia or Lakeisha, La something. When there was a La before, you're like, yeah, like when you start with the La, my nigga, that for me, like I forgot everything else. It was like Lakeisha, Lakyla, Lakira, Lakiki. Okay, so it was a La before. It started with an LA. All right, La Cienega. And I knew when I heard the love, I said, it's a rap, my nigga. Like, that sound like a robbed identity name, but he robbed identities. And the dream I had before that was of her of her being called the Katora, my stepsister from the past. She was being called a whole nother bitch's name, Melissa, by a nigga who was trying to help pick me up and help me move out of a location. And I was like, why was he calling her another name? But Spirit said, because she was another name. Nigga, she's under a robbed identity. And these kids are too. And that's because they dad. You like, yeah. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, I don't know why that's significant. You know, yeah. Something got to do with people who rob identities and lie about that. But that let me know that none of these bitches' names were their real names. Like, not my stepmoms, not my stepsisters. They started with different names. Spirit said that bitch's name was Melissa. You need the confirmation. So they hear like it's her dad. And I was like, is he still like that in this life? Spirit said, nigga, he never changed. Same karma, nigga. He never learned his lesson. You're dumb as fuck. So that was really interesting. You're like, yeah, because they've been getting away with that for over 30 plus years. That's been a long ass time. You like, yeah, over 30 years for sure. Getting away with robbing identities in government, working for government to do it. And I was trying to figure out how Fat Joe, the rapper Fat Joe, you like, yeah, I was trying to figure out how does Fat Joe, because I was like, Fat Joe, his energy knew my stepmom's energy from the past. I'm like, what the fuck? It was Hitman looking for looking for this bitch, this nigga, the family. And I said, how does Fat Joe, the Leo, how did he know these niggas? And Spirit said, because it was connected to her childhood, my stepmom's childhood. I said, wait, what am I missing though? That these niggas was connected to robbed identity. They were another person, bitch. You don't even know. And Fat Joe, I feel like, was the link to that. I feel like Fat Joe, he knew who these bitches niggas were by name originally before they got these robbed identities, ran away, changed their name. You're like, yeah, started over and nigga married my dad. Nigga, you're like, yeah, my family got up in that shit. Nigga, you're like, yeah, it was bad. My lifetime was bad. Just rob on robbery on robbery. And I was just trying to figure out, yeah, how that was connected with Spirit. So that's how Fat Joe was connected to these motherfuckers, was through them being robbed identities. Fat Joe knew their original identities. Fat Joe would never know who these bitches and niggas are as those names today. You're like, no, he grew up with them. It was his childhood. It was their childhood. That's what's fucking my head up. But this is the work that he was doing. The bitch's husband, my stepmom from the past, her first husband. This is the work he did. It was like her first husband. And they're pros at it. You know what I'm saying? Like getting away with it because he work in government. He know how to do it without getting his hands too dirty. But I said, what's going to happen? Spirit said they about to get caught on their own. Like, we just need you to know that that's connected to the human trafficking. We need you to know that all this shit's been a setup. Everything's been preordained, nigga, pre-orchestrated. Something here's, you're like, right. Backfiring. And I was like, okay, so they already on their way to the conspiracy. Yeah, we just need you to know how it's all connected. These people were already, they came into your dad's life, either, you know, the man who raised you, as false identities. You need to know that. You're like, no fucking way. Yeah, it came as false identities. You need to know that first. That's the first thing you need to know. People coming in your life as false identities. Because they were running from shit, running from places, areas, lying about where they come from. You thought this bitch was born in New York or New Jersey. Turns out this bitch was born in New York or some shit. You thought this bitch was born in Florida. Turned out this bitch was born in Cali. You thought like somebody here, a whole nother person. You like, yeah, like that's what Spirit was trying to show me. Like these people are not who you think they are. And Fat Joe is just my confirmation. But wherever Fat Joe grew up, that's where these people grew up. And Spirit said, it's like in a, you know, a area like that. But Spirit said, why they have to lie about that? These people tell me they grew up from Jersey. Fat Joe ain't grew up from over there. So that's significant. It's backfiring because it's connected to all this shit. You're like, yeah, the trafficking. Keep going. Oh, this was interesting. I was staying the night at Jack TV's house, but there was other people there. I know his baby mom was there, the twins were there, the boys. I know that there was this other girl there too. This other girl, she's a light-skinned girl. I never saw her before, but she was fucking with him. Like I knew that he was fucking with her, and I knew that his baby mom was there because the kids, she was there kicking it with the kids and shit. Like, I knew it was cool, you know. You're like, yeah, and I said he was fucking with this light-skinned girl from my city. She was from Tacoma, Seattle, whatever, nigga, Washington State. She was from out here. I knew that. Okay, hold up. Because I talked to her. When Jack left, he left somewhere. And I chopped it up with her real quick. And me and Jack was cool, so it wasn't nothing. Me and Lex was cool, so it wasn't nothing. I could chop it up with this bitch. I could ask her questions. She was getting ready to be with my friend. She went to date my friend. They were in a relationship. She was staying the night. So I felt like if we're all staying the night, I could talk to her. So I did. When he left, he went to go somewhere. But he came back after the conversation. And I remember the conversation going something like this. I was talking about how she knew people from my city. She was connected to niggas I knew that was affiliated with different gangs and different cliques and different setups. I knew these niggas that she knew from my city. You're like, no fucking way. She wasn't solid, so I told Jack. I stayed the night and had a dream about this bitch. When I stayed the night over there, in the dream, I had a dream within a dream. Like, in the dream, I was staying the night at his house. And when I was staying the night at his house, I fell asleep and I ended up having a dream, you know, when he got back. Because he came back to the house like, what's up? What you guys talking about? And I was like, oh, nothing. I didn't tell him shit at the time until she got out the room. And I said, Jack, how come? Because it was significant. Every time I would come to Jack's house when this bitch was there in the dream, you know, it sounds kind of weird, but it's just how spirit showed it to me. My daughter was there, right? You're like, yeah. And I said, Jack, how come every time I come over here and this bitch here, my daughter's here? So we ended up being cool, but I wanted to know how'd you get my daughter? And she finally told me it was connected to my baby's dad, right? She was like, I know the gang. I know these. I'm from your area. I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, okay, you're a babysitter. She was like, yeah, I fuck with Jack, but I'm babysitting for your baby dad. I'm like, okay. That was a story, right? You're like, yeah. That was the setup. That was the fucking setup, right? You're like, yeah. And I don't know. But I said, when I had the dream about the bitch, I said, I woke up and I was like, I gotta beat this bitch's ass. Me and the bitch fought in the dream. But I said the reason why it was such a big deal to me was because she knew my baby's dad. I was asking Jack how come every time I come here, I'll always be seeing Truly around when this girl's around my daughter and shit. And he said that the girl he was with be bringing Truly around. And I was like, yeah. I was like, it's just weird. Every time she's here, my daughter's here with her. That's why I found out she was a babysitter. And so I asked how Jack knew her. He said from selling weed back in the day. I said, okay. But the dream I had within the dream when I was at Jack's house was my confirmation. It was connected to my baby's dad, because in a dream at the house when I was in the dream, you know, so this is a dream within a dream, I could see her setting me and Jack up, but using my baby dad and his people to do it. And so when I woke up from the dream, I instantly got her out of Jack's bed. I'm sorry, I had to. You like, I went in the room and I beat her ass for lying, not wanting to leave Jack's house, staying the night over here. I couldn't take it. You like, I couldn't take her sleeping in the same bed as Jack. So I left the guest room. And I opened this door and I went in her room and I dragged this bitch. You're like, no fucking way. I dragged this bitch on my side. I dragged this bitch. Jack woke up looking like, what the fuck is going on? He didn't stop it. He was like rattled, you know. You're like, what's going on? He was shaking up, like, what's going on? And I was like, no, I had a dream. No, you're done. That's all I needed was I was waiting for the dream. You like, spirit, you gotta give me the confirmation, bitch, and I'm done. So I definitely dragged her out the house. You like, yeah, we fought in Jack's room. I took her out. This bitch, she was done. Oh my, I know. Right. I said, what was silly about that? Me and Jack's connection and how people were tied together to set us the fuck up. We were friends though. And I felt like I could tell him that shit. Like, it was easy to tell this nigga that, you know, it was nothing because he was genuine and he supported me and I supported what he did too. And so spirit seemed to know, I guess, that me and Jack's connection is powerful. Like, it'll bring enemies, you know, but it'll bring things like that. I'm like, why? Because it's a powerful connection. We really good friends in spirit. Like, spirit showed me how good of friends we would be. It would be genuine. You know, it's like no bad blood, no negative intentions. If we choose to fuck, you know, or something like that, we'll still be friends. It'll be like, all right, let it go. Like, it's nothing weird. You're like, yeah, like, no, like, it's genuine. it's like, all right, we really may have liked each other when we did it. It's like, yeah, we're not just here to get nothing out of each other. So it's like, he was my friend though, and I could tell him about that shit. He let me beat this bitch's ass and kick her out. Lex woke up. She was downstairs. She laughed. Lex was laughing like, oh my gosh. It's just here. It's like, this bitch gotta go, Lex. All right, somebody gotta do it. Next up. What the fuck? I had a dream I was staying at a castle. I was living in a castle. I must go pee in a second, okay? And then I'll come back. But I was living at a castle and people were fighting in a war. The war was going on outside of the castle, but like there were intruders or like people inside of the castle that just weren't to be trusted, or like for some they weren't to be trusted because they were a part of it, and then others they were because they were invaders, but others weren't a part of it. They were just so scared they were willing to kill because of their fear of dying due to the war. Like they're willing to, survival mode. You're like, understood. So some of it was survival mode and others of it wasn't. It was just like people really not fucking with us. They were intruders. They were fucking with the other side and acting like they fucked with us. So we had a mix of both. I was dealing with the people who were scared and didn't know how to take their fear. So they went into survivor mode and tried to kill me, right? And I had to kill this bitch with her husband's own sword after he died fighting a man while sitting in a wheelchair that cut my wrist a little bit because they were going back and forth with this nigga in a wheelchair, like, right? It was the dude in the wheelchair and the dude who was standing up fighting the dude in the wheelchair, but the dude in the wheelchair was her husband. You're like, yeah, he was fighting for his life. And he wasn't really paying attention to what was going on around him because he was in the wheelchair and I was around him trying to get away, but there was tables around us. We were all trying to sit down and eat, and there was an intruder. He was fighting one of the intruders. I'm fighting this nigga because he's just losing control in survival mode, and I'm over here trying to get away, but yeah, it's not a lot of space, and he's next to me moving his sword too crazy, and it cut my wrist. Not to where like it was leaking, but it was still blood coming, dripping a little bit, sliced a little bit. You're like, yeah, I had a cut, I had a scar. So yeah, when he cut my wrist, I was irritated because I could feel the sting. You're like, yeah, like, you just pissed me off, bro. We're already in this type of situation. I need to be healthy as ever. You know what I'm saying? You like, yeah, this shit is not helping me at all. So I felt like I was weak. And so when her husband died, he got stabbed by the nigga that was standing up. He died. I went and sat at the table. I finally made it to the table. Like, oh, I could sit down now because there was a lot going on away from these niggas. And he's just dead in the wheelchair. And somebody moves the wheelchair. This nigga ends up fighting somebody else, by the way. Like, after he kills that dude in the wheelchair, he ends up fighting somebody else, and they end up going away and fighting. Like, they're not where I'm at no more. It's a real fight. It's a war, So, like, yeah, they're swording somewhere the fuck else. Like, he's going and fighting other people that he got funk with, nigga. It's personal. Something's very personal at the war. You're like, yeah, I chose to kill him. Yeah, it was personal. So they didn't want to kill me. But this bitch, I had to kill this bitch because she was pissing me off. After her husband died, she was so distraught. Somebody had a hit on him. You're like, yeah, that's a hit. Like, for sure. Me, I'm thinking like, bitch, somebody had a hit on your husband. And like, you're done. Somebody here is not trying to kill you. So sit the fuck down and eat the food and let's go. But no, she want to grab her husband's sword after he fought her and killed him. Or somebody killed him with it, and now she's like mad with her husband's sword in her hand, right? Just irritated, holding on to the sword at the dinner table, right? And I'm just like, oh my gosh, this bitch is delusional. So I'm like irritated because my wrist is bleeding, and I'm like, man, that shit, bro, he really cut my fucking wrist. I'm talking about the dead man at this point, right? You're like, in front of her fucking husband because she's sitting next to me, and I don't give a fuck. I'm mad because I'm fucking bleeding, and bitch, you're not. So shut the fuck up. And so I'm over here mad, complaining about my wrist, like. And I don't got nothing to cover it with. I'm like, fuck, bro. Oh, this is the worst time to be getting wounded. Right? You're like, y'all just mad, bro. And so this bitch, she sees me just mad at my situation. And it's like, I wasn't talking to her, but I was talking out loud. And this bitch gonna go ahead and try to fight me, like try to get mad and tell me to stop talking about her husband and stuff. And I said, what the fuck? I was like, But I said he should have watched where he was pointing the sword. I was like, he should have watched where he pointed that thing. I said because he didn't have to hurt me if he knew what he was doing with it. And she got mad. That bitch took her husband's sword and bitch started swinging at me with that motherfucker. And I had a sword too. It was like we were all ready. You feel me? So as soon as she started getting mad, getting out the chair, and you feel me, swinging at me, I'm over here like, okay, now I gotta fight. So I pull out my sword, nigga. It's you versus me. You're like, yeah, and I. Nigga, start ducking all her shit, start seeing the sword catch contact, going sword to sword, blade to blade. I'm over here blocking her hits, nigga. She's not getting nothing. And all of a sudden, I said, what I said, I said, so I fought her. I said, and I ended up getting a stab in the chest. I said, I stabbed her in the chest. And she fell. But the knife or the sword, it didn't go all the way through. I didn't leave it in there. I took it out with I kept the sword in my hand. So it was like she fell with the wound, but it wasn't like the sword was still in there. So I had to watch her die slowly. And I saw her fall to the ground after I stabbed her. She gets on the ground with her nigga sword in her hand. And I was like, And I said, let me make it better. I took my sword and I stabbed her again through the same part that I first stabbed her in, but I did it slow. And you're like, yeah, that shit was hard as hell to nigga put through a rib cage. Nigga, that shit was hard as hell, spirit, to put through a chest. I was like, fuck, put through a lung. So this bitch, I had to put that shit, crunch it in there. I felt all my strength. And I was like, yeah, bitch, I watched her leak out blood from the mouth. You're done. You're dead. It was Murder, She Wrote. You're like, yeah. So she died and her husband in the same token. I was like, what's significant about that? I was like, was that a dream of just like, delusion? Or was that real in a past life? Spirit said, no, you really went like that. Like, you really killed the bitch because her nigga, you feel me, accidentally cut you. And like, nigga, she was mad. She couldn't take it. Shut the fuck up. And I was like, I can't. Nigga, I'm mad until you had to kill it. But it's because a Capricorn man, his government job got caught up trying to hide secret conversations that they were having about the Capricorn man with people. And it was about setting me up and the Capricorn man. They was trying to set people up. You're like, something got to do with a Capricorn man who works in government. His job. They got caught trying to hide secret conversations they were having about setting people up, right? So that's what comes out. No, yes, it does. It did in a past life. It was a Capricorn man. Who was the Gemini? Kisser? Aries. All right. So that was real significant. Yeah, then they started doing magic on me again. Here's some magic dreams. Let's fuck up your head. All right. There was a government business, and then I'm about to go pee after I say this. There was a government business that sells meat. That's their job. They sell meat, like steak, cow, lamb, pig, right? Hog. They sell meat. And there's also other ones that sell regular food, but like majority of it comes from meat production. Hold on. And these people, I was dreaming about them last year for sure, but like they work with doctors and things like that, hospitals, but these people have been put in different toxins inside of food that they know a lot of people would eat. They'll choose the shit that sells, right? And I was buying the shit, fucking myself up. They go to certain communities and they make them sick. And it just depends on usually what kind of community you are. If you live in a community that is predominantly low class, middle class, unfortunately, you're going to get it the worst. But if you live in a community that's high class, like their social class is high, they have a lot of money that they make in that community, they're not going to really abuse you. I'm going to just tell you the truth. The more money you make, the more protected you are with these type of things, because those people complain and those people sue. Right. People with money sue. I'm going to complain. I'm going to file a letter. I'm gonna write a complaint. So yeah, like those people who sue, they have the money to do it and get these people out of here. So that's why they stay away from those type of communities. But they like the ones that are more lower class, middle class, because it's still like a way to experiment on us and not really like have to always suffer the repercussions or suffer them so soon. Like they can have more time to abuse people and experiment like we're fucking lab rats. So they do. And so that's what they did. They was intoxicating the food, like putting toxins in the food, and they have been selling it, but they had made a deal, I guess, with doctors and different scientists and shit like that, different lab rats that like to study on people. And they had said, "Hey, let's sell these things in the stores and not tell them that it's going to make them sick." When they go to the hospital for the same thing, everybody that's getting sick from the food because we're putting toxins in it, let's tell them that they're sick from this, they're sick from that. Let's lie to them about why they're sick. It's going to make you more money, hospital, because you're going to get more ER calls, more stomach problem calls. You're going to get calls, doctors, okay? You're going to get seen a lot more because we're helping you make money. Okay, it's a business thing as well. It's a business. You got to keep that in mind. So we're gonna help you make money because they're gonna call you more. Okay, they're gonna visit you more because we're making them sick. And when they do that, you tell them the same thing. You lie about the diagnosis. You tell them it's from somebody smoking weed. I don't care if this bitch or nigga's been smoking weed for over 50, 40, 30, 20 years. Somebody here, okay, needs to be lied to. We need to keep abusing them. So nobody's going to care. They're going to believe it because they're low class, middle class. They believe anything. They didn't get that far to believe anything better. So let's tell them this is what you've done to your body. You smoked enough weed to where now you're sick. You have stomach concerns. Well, why would you have to say it's weed? This is my own story there, right? This is a true story. We have to tell you it's weed because they've made weed legal. Could be dealing with recreational drugs in Washington State. No? Okay. And they've made weed legal to where they're taking money from hospitals. Could be dealing with the Libra. No, that's not what's going on. Huh? Sachi. They're robbing us. The dispensaries are having them go there than here. That's healing their anxiety, not the pills. No, that's healing their this, not the pills, their stomach problems, not the pills. That's healing. So let's make them think it's that, and so they can stop buying that and come buy these pills because this is what's helping you. And so you're like, you think, damn, I've been smoking weed all my life, but all of a sudden I'm just sick from it. You start thinking like, fuck, and it's hard for you because like you never gonna stop something here like that. You can't just tell me that and think that's gonna make me stop. Like, is it deadly? No, but you'll be in the hospital again. That's okay. Like something here is not good enough for me, right? So I was always back in that bitch. You're always gonna have to tell me it's weed because no, huh? I'm always going to be smoking. You're never going to, they do the P test. No, yes, they do now. They never did them P test. Everything changed. And I said, now y'all doing a P test? We have to do P test. Make sure it's weed. Is she smoking? If I don't do a P test, they don't give me the medicines. They play about it. We have to check your piss. So I went to another location. I lived in another location. I didn't get sick because Spirit said it was the location. That was a location with a lot of money. You were staying in a location with a lot of money. You came back to where you grew up. Where I grew up don't got a lot of money. I'm just being honest. It's low class, middle class. So, but where I was staying is hot. It's nothing but up class. You're like, yeah, oh my God, upscale, baby. Where I had moved last year, nothing but upscale. Sedity, rich bitch, rich nigga. And that's okay. I was just noticing they didn't get me sick. I didn't get sick for a whole year. Staying over there for the whole year, and then as soon as I come back home, I'm sick. And Spirit said, yeah, so that's why we told you about those men and all these people who do this type of work, and it's a job, it's a business. You need to know that's how you were getting sick. That's how it's been happening. And people at this point, if they can't afford to sue, they're just gonna keep doing it. So it's a thing that happens, I guess, through the government connected to like doctors, and it's people try to make money from being a doctor and through their hospitals because their practices aren't making money because there's marijuana legalized in my state. It has to do with marijuana. You're like, yeah, because that's what they keep saying. Every time you have that illness, that problem, that episode, they say it's weed. It's because you smoke weed. But I'm like, I was like weed all my life. I never had this. No, it just no, bitch. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why you know they lying to you. Like, yeah, like I don't like liars. I don't like liars. So I get irritated when they lie. They don't want to talk about the truth, and so I stop talking to them. I'm not finna listen to you no more. But I just know when I moved back here, I had got sick again, and I was like, okay, so people were doing that shit. Spirit said it's meant to abuse people's bodies. The government's involved. A lot of people involved, but it's connected to marijuana business being available. It started back. The first episode I had was back in 2015, and when marijuana became legal in Washington State. When was that, Papa? When did marijuana become legal? When was marijuana legal in Washington State? December 2012. So yeah, they were getting ready for it. My first experience was 2015. So they were prepared for it. It was preparation. They got mad. They didn't want them niggas to make money no more. Hold on. I'll be right back. So moving on from that, make sure I'm not on mute. Nope, you're on. You're on. All right, bitch. So after that, I have been seeing things connected to gatherings and parties I was at in my community. Like I knew I was in my hometown, and I knew I was at like different gatherings and parties in my community. Like we were doing shit on the street, going from spot to spot. It was lit. And I saw a black car pull up. I was outside with like my brother, one of my brothers, and a girl I used to be cool with when I first turned like 21. I was cool with this girl. And then there was other people too out there. So I was around them. But that was who was with me, was like my brother and this girl I used to kick it with when I was like 21. And this black Escalade pulled up. It had tinted windows. And the first thing I noticed was like people started to instantly like die down at the party or at the kicking spot. It was like we were outside, but you could tell it was jumping. Outside was jumping, inside was jumping. Like you could just tell the party was lit from the block. And the Escalade came, and when the Escalade came, everybody died down. Like nobody's really talking no more. I noticed people started slurring their words, not really talking. It's almost like everybody was too drunk to function. But they was all just lit. And they couldn't really see what was going on. But I was okay. My brother was okay. And the girl was okay that I was cool with. So I saw what was going on. Like, what the fuck? Everybody that I was with was cool, but nah, the people around me was like walking zombies. And then I see the Escalade roll down the window, and the person inside says, "Hey, you guys want to get in?" They said that we won something. And so we got in the car. I was like, hell yeah, because I saw it was a celebrity driving the Escalade, right? You like, who is it? It was Poppy Champagne. You like, yeah? Yeah. It was DG. Okay, that's his nickname is DG. That's his initials. Is DG. Okay. So it was DG. And he's a music artist, he's a singer. And he said me and my brother, we won an opportunity. And so we got in the Escalade. I got in the front. My brother got in the back, and the girl came too. She got in the back on the other side. And then I said, what's up? Oh my gosh. I said, it's really you. Like, it was a celebrity, so, it's Poppy. Nigga, I'm like, what are you doing here? And I said, what's wrong with these people? Why they acting like that? And he told me that, he said, hey, you guys, he said, you guys ready to go to that spot? You want an opportunity? And Spirit showed me it was something that we were doing to, like, record with him. We got an opportunity to record a song with Drake. You're like, yeah? Mm-hmm. I don't know how we won, but me and my brother did, and he was taking us to the location where we were going to record the song. So that was cool. We just got the opportunity, though. And I was like, hey. So now... But it was deeper than that. You're like, yeah, like Drake knew some more shit. He lied. He played dumb. And so now we're driving to the spot, the studio. But Drake wanna hit another location before we go to the studio. And so he go to another location, but it's like every time he drives somewhere, people fall asleep. They're like, if you're outside, it's like you're sleepwalking. Like you wouldn't notice that was Drake. If you saw Drake, nigga, you would be like, oh, that's just a regular light skinned nigga from Tacoma, from Seattle, from Washington. You wouldn't think it's Poppy because you're off the magic. You're like, yeah, he told me that's what was going on. They was doing magic. You're like, yeah, he had a nigga in his car, a dark magician, in the back seat. It was a 2 back seater, like it was an Escalade, so there was another row behind the row my brother and that girl was sitting in. And that's the row that this light-skinned dude was behind. He was hiding the whole time. I didn't see him until Poppy Champagne. You're like, yeah, DR. Until he went to that next location. I didn't see this light-skinned nigga until DR went to the next location. But like he was trying to find some liquor or something. He wanted to buy something. He was trying to get some alcohol or something. So he was moving around. But yeah, they didn't notice him. They was looking at him like he wasn't Drake, okay, like he wasn't Poppy. They looked at him like he was a no fucking body. You're not nobody, nigga. You're like, yeah, you ain't nobody, and that was good, cause it made it to where he was comfortable in my city, and then yeah, I was talking to the light skinned dude. I said, that's you doing the magic. He said, he laughed. He said, you looking at me like you got it. You figured it out. And so he puts people to sleep. You like, yeah, that nigga cold. This light skinned boy, he cold as hell. He make you not realize the celebrity's a celebrity right in your eyes. You think that's a regular fucking person. You're drunk, my nigga. You're over here stumbling. You worried about trying to see clearly. You don't even think about who this motherfucker is. You like, yeah, that's some good work. That's some good magic. And so he stayed along for the ride. And after Poppy went inside to get something, he came back out and we started driving. I was asking this nigga questions and shit. I was like, yeah. I said, yeah. I was like, how you know us? I was like, how'd you know me? And he said, you guys audition. I said, nah, but how you know me? I was like, do you really not know me? That's why I asked Poppy, like, you not know me? You never saw my face? You never heard my name? You never, before all this, you gonna act like you don't know me, right? And I kind of know you know me. I was dreaming about you. And he was like, maybe from, he's cute. He was like, maybe from like, you know, something I could have saw online. I was like, what did you see? I was like, do you remember? And he was like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff posted. Maybe I saw something online. I don't know. I was like, no, how you know me? He said, maybe I know you from a song you could have did. I don't know. Maybe with Alec Walls. You did a song with Alec Walls. Maybe that's how I know you. I said, nigga, that song's not online no more. That shit not on Spotify no more. That shit not on Apple no more. I said, so no, that's not how you know me. I said, you need to tell me how you know me. And he said, maybe I heard something through Facebook, or maybe I saw you. I was like, that's it, you know. So I knew it was Facebook. You're like, yeah, I remember how it happened. So that was a baby. And I was like, yeah, that's me. As I say, he's like, yeah, I know you. And he told me he knows you guys. He told me he's been watching at the time, like he was tapped in. You like, yes. So it was deeper because he knew. You like, yeah. And when he said that, he was like, maybe I know you through that Facebook. It was Facebook. Whatever he said, I told him, I was like, and don't be playing with me like that, Poppy. I was like, brother, I told my brother, I was like, hey, bro, I was like, you hear what he said? I said, this nigga already knew me. I was like, hey, I told you I wasn't lying about the dreams. Like, cause my brothers didn't be thinking like, bitch, sound good, bitch, but right? Like my brothers, they stupid as hell, spirit. Cause they be like, bitch, it sound good, bitch, but I don't know, bitch, right? Like, so they hear like, you gotta prove it, bitch. You gotta do more than just say it, bitch. Kudo Tory Lanez. Like my brothers, they're like, no, bitch, no. Sounds good though. It's like it always sounds good, but my brother's like, I don't believe you. You need to prove yourself. That's what they are. They're hardcore. You like, yeah, I can't hold it against him. You better prove this nigga really know you, bitch. Okay, so in the dream, I was able to prove myself. I said, "Did you hear what he said? I told you." And my brother was like, "Yeah, okay, all right, that's what's up. You feel me? Approved, approved, right, spirit." Nigga, Drake's hired. He's hired. So we hired him. Like, yeah, Poppy, yeah, he's approved. He's hired. Like, you got the job, right? Like the job to take care of her, right? The job to take the bitch off our hands. You got it. Somebody here got the job. Okay, so that's his job at the time, and he did it. Yeah, he was asking me dumbass questions too. Like he said, he said, "You like cats?" I said no. He said, what's your favorite kind of cat? I said, I don't like cats. I don't like them. I don't like them. I like felines. And he said, why don't you like cats? I said, they always scratch me in my dreams. He said, you're racist. And he said, and he said, he was like, if you had a cat, which one would you like? I was like, none of them. I don't like cats. And he said, yeah, you're racist because you don't like cats. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Talking to his job. He was yeah, so that's what he did. He took us to the studio, and then he showed me that he was in a movie. It was his first movie. You're like, yeah, he did a movie. It was his very first film as far as a movie. You know, we know he did Degrassi, but no, this was a movie. And it was a movie he did in a past life. Yeah, that was cool to see. I saw the trailer to the movie. The movie, though, you're like, how did it look? Poppy, he did so good. He looked like the nigga from Degrassi again, all over again. Same kid, same guy. But what was crazy is it was like an Egyptian movie, or like a movie connected to like Egypt times, with like temples and like something spiritual though, for sure. Like it was different. It wasn't like Degrassi. It wasn't like vain. It was like something spiritual, like Egyptian times, or like something ancient. It felt like ancient watching him do it. You're like, yeah, something felt ancient, spiritual, and it felt action oriented. Like it was an action movie, but it was also a spiritual movie, or like an ancient movie, or connected to like Egyptian times or Kemet. And I was just like, okay, nigga, go ahead then. Go ahead then. But I saw he did a movie. So I feel like he's gonna be doing that. And I was like, what's significant about all this shit? And Spirit said it's his job. Oh wait, hold on. That's it? Yeah, his job. Him and Michi, you're like, him and Michi are significant because after I dreamed, some got to do with them working together, some got to do with their job. They work for the same people. They're connected in some way. Because after him, I saw Michi, and me and Michi were at school together. We were in high school type shit, and it was just me, Michi, and Selena Powell in the dream, right? But there was like a school setting around us. And me and Selena Powell were in the locker room together at first, and we weren't saying anything to each other until she was talking to herself in the fucking mirror, pissing me off, Spirit, saying, "Oh, Michi loved me. Oh, he loved me. He loved me. I can't wait to go suck his dick. He loved me. I can't wait to go suck his dick. He loved me." All this shit in the bathroom mirror, right? Like, it was in the bathroom, and I was getting irritated because I'm like, he does not love you. Shut up, right? So I got mad. I just wanted to ask him, do you love her? She talking about sucking your dingaling in the bathroom, bro. Like, do you not hear this bitch? And I'm like, what the fuck? And so I feel like it was an L for me. You're like, yeah, missed opportunity for sure. Because this bitch over here talking about some, she love me. I'm gonna suck his dick. I'm gonna go suck his dick. I can't wait to go suck his dick. And go suck his dick. Go suck his dick. And I'm just like, okay, so I leave the bathroom. I don't argue with her. You're like, no, I have nothing to say to that. Something here is just delusion, right? Like, go ahead, you weirdo. Why would you just say that to yourself in the bathroom mirror? So I leave the bathroom and I go find Michi. I said, I find him. It was no problem. Like, it was like Michi was right outside of the fucking bathroom or something. Like, he was there. You're like, yeah. And that's how I know it wasn't a real dream. Spirit said it wasn't a dream. It was magic. Somebody here was doing work on your fucking dream state. Somebody was trying to create their own dream in your fucking head. Dumb bitch. So I go out there and I find Michi right outside of the fucking bathroom. He's not no far. It's like his energy's right there. Nigga, why aren't you in class? Why aren't you in the lunchroom? Why are you just sitting in the like hallway, like you're not doing anything, you're just there, a body? That's how you know it ain't no realness to that dream. That wasn't no dream. But I said, Michi. He said, yeah. I said, do you love Selena? He said, I used to. He said he used to. I said, I used to be a used to. So I laughed. When I woke up, I was mad as hell though, right? You gotta think about my initial reaction was pissed. But in the dream, he said that. And I just looked at him like, what the fuck? And I walked away. I didn't say nothing after that. You like, no, I was heartbroken. I said, oh my gosh. So I go away. And I end up realizing I'm in class, like I'm in school. So I go inside of a classroom and then I wake up. But here's the thing, here's the kicker. I said, Spirit, That so Selena was right. He does love her. He really does. He did. Like, she really, when he was calling her about taking that shit down, it's because he really was embarrassed because he loved her. And Spirit said, no, that's not the truth. The truth is that somebody's doing magic. That wasn't a real dream. It wasn't a real past life memory. It never happened. Somebody's fucking able to do imagery and voiceover magic. No, yes, they are. Could Capricorn. Ah! So we do laugh because the Leo. I said no way. That wasn't really Michi. He wasn't saying it, and I wanted to be wrong. Like I wanted to be like, no, he really do love her. Because it's like I take the dream state serious. Like when I'm asleep, you're like, yeah, like, I take that shit to heart. Like don't fuck with my. I don't like. That's why the magic they was fucking with me. And I had to stop talking because I had to see what was real and what wasn't. But yeah, they was like, nah. They were like, that's just magic. So it's a group of people right now doing work on people connected to Michi, but it's not like it's personal. It's anybody that Michi thinks of, any female that Michi thinks of in like a seductive way. You know what I'm saying? You like, yeah, like if you like, I wouldn't have to have been the only girl to receive that message if he thinks of other girls in a seductive way, like in a either a sexual way or a loving, emotionally sexual driven way. You're like, yeah, you get it. It would have to be somebody he's attracted to. He think of though, like he got love for it too though. So yeah, so I don't have to be the only person getting that message. Spirit said no, but that's your confirmation that they're doing that to people, sending people dreams that are connected to other celebrity men, so that you just feel like there's no hope. And I said, so he really don't. And Spirit said, nah, that shit wasn't real. Spirit told me about all that, like the shit he was honest about that shit. He didn't mean to make her feel like a liar, but he was honest. He was just trying to sweet talk her into taking that shit down. But in the heart of heart, they never had a connection. You're like, no, it's sad. No conversations. That's one of the only niggas she's lied about fucking with. But she did it for money. But she lied about fucking. She getting paid to lie about fucking with Michi in the past, or lied about fucking with Michi at all. Like that's the only one of the ones I know she lying about. But like, there's other niggas she not lying about fucking with him. But if she said she fucked with Michi or like Poppy, you're like, yeah, that's a lie. She getting paid to lie. But there's niggas she really do fuck with, or she has, and she didn't lie about that shit. But it looked like she telling the truth when this other niggas a part of it. You're trying to convince her to stop talking about you, because they're paying her to say certain things. And I was just like, what's significant about that? They're like, yeah, these people are doing magic. That's what you need to know. They're doing all type of shit. They got people lying and shit, doing magic, paying off judges. Is Poppy's job, is Michi's job. Paying off judges to stop people from leaving out of their states or their cities, and got judges doing work on people. It's crazy. The judges be doing magic and all type of shit. They're occultic members too. They be having these motherfuckers spy on me through the government and all type of shit. So yeah, it's connected to Poppy Champagne and Michi. That situation was, I thought that was significant. You're like, yeah. That's significant. It showed me how real magic is. It only gets stronger. Excuse me. I had a dream I went to this like scene of a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air looking theme. It looked like I was on the set of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It looked like that house. But I wasn't acting or nothing. I was in the crowd. I was the audience. Like how they had the crowd. It's a live audience. They were doing Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the live audience. But it wasn't Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but it was the same house. You're like, yeah, it looked like it. Similar. But it was a live audience. And I don't know if Fresh Prince of Bel-Air has a live audience. You're like, yeah, I do not know. I know. But it was, and it wasn't Will. He wasn't in it. It was these other two light skinned motherfuckers. Two light skinned boys. It wasn't Will. It wasn't Carlton. It was two light skinned boys. It was a different crew. Two light skinned boys, and it wasn't Hillary. It was another girl, light skinned girl. And all these motherfuckers could sing, baby. You like, yeah? Ooh, boy, could they sing? They could sing. They were artists. You're like, yeah, they had a piano they would play together. Artist. I'm talking about they could sing. But it was old. You could tell the way they were dressed was dressed like Will and like it was Fresh Prince of Bel-Air times. Like they were dressed like I was living in the 80s or living in the 90s or living in the 70s. Like I was in high school at that time, or you're like, yeah. But I'm like, I was in the live audience and I wonder. My brothers came with me too. My brother TT, John Zell, and my auntie Risa came. It was lit though. Other people came too. It was a live audience. You're like, yeah. Mm-hmm. And these two light skinned boys were brothers on there. And let me take this bitch off. We're done with you. Don't be done with me. You're done. You are done. You when I say you say are done. You, I'm done. Are done. Okay. So then I said, yeah, it was cool. They were doing music after their set. They had cut their set and they started to sing music with us. And they got on the piano and other people knew how to play the keys too. And we were all singing gospel tracks. We were singing regular tracks. I'm talking about it was lit. Wait, did Fresh Prince of, let me Google it. Did Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, sorry you guys, I'm high as hell, have a live audience? Yes. Oh my gosh. We were part of the live audience. I was there for one. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air did. It was primarily filmed in front of a live studio audience. I saw how it looked, you guys. You're like, yeah, I saw the seating. I was there in the house. It was the same house, but Will wasn't there. You like, it wasn't his show. It wasn't his show, but it was the house. It was these other two light skinned boys, and like I said, they could sing. That was very significant. These three light skinned people. It was two boys, one girl, and they was artists, and we was watching, and we had a laugh when they the jokes and shit. It was the first time I seen it. I never been to a live studio audience. I was like, oh, this is what it's like. Seriously, this is it. That's it. Even if you only see it in your fucking dreams, there you go. That's the truth. So we just know that at least I've seen it. You're like, yeah, so it doesn't matter if I don't see it again because I've seen it before. So it's like, in their face. I can describe it, but we were on the same side as it's the opposite side of the counter where Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, let's see the house. We were on the opposite side of the counter. The scene I remember when I was dreaming. I did not know that. Oh my gosh. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air house. Inside. Yeah. Where's the kitchen? Yeah, so this is where we were. We're on this side, on the opposite side of the counter. So we were on this. This is where we sat. You're like, no way. I saw it. You're like, yeah, no way. I saw it. And the piano is over here too. It was hidden. Yeah, it's all over here. This is where we sat. This is where it's behind the scenes. It's behind this part of the house. It's on the other side of this, like all this on this side over here is all studio. You're like, no fucking way. That's where we sat. All that on that other side where they're not showing you, the side where it's like the camera is looking. Yep, you're like, yeah, that's why they always recorded over there. From that makes sense. Yes, I saw all this. Okay, so that's what it looked like. You're like, yeah, we never saw the opposite end because we were sitting on that side. That makes sense. Oh my gosh. You guys, it was real. I was there. Yeah, it was a past life. And we were all sitting over here. We were on this side where you can't see it. You're like, yeah. All right. That's the studio side though. That's my confirmation. Okay. So, don't tell them I did. You're caught. So what's significant about that? Something has to do with the people who air that or film that or direct that or are a part of that, okay, money wise. You're like, yeah, the people who work with whoever worked with Will, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You're like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Something had to do with that business as a collective. It's like whoever runs that business or works with that. I don't know if it's the actual studios that it was filmed out of. You're like, yeah, like I don't know what name it's attached to or connected to that is going down, huh? But somebody going down. You like, yeah, like that's what Spirit trying to show me. The overall message is somebody going down. You like, yeah, that's all it is. Something here closing down, shutting down. It's going down. Meet me in the bar, okay? So it's shutting down. You guys celebrate. They're not gonna be able to do that no more. That business. You're like, yeah, it's coming. That's what happened in the past life. I was a part of the end. All right. They were shutting down though. And Spirit made me know that that business is gonna do it again. It's gonna shut down again. Yeah, unfortunately. All right. Um, there's other businesses shutting down. Things that I grew up going to, like I feel like there could be a daycare shutting down, like my family's daycare could be shutting down because Spirit's showing me like businesses shutting down. There could be a business connected to either Big Ivory or the nigga who played, what's his name? The actor who played Little Murda. Hold on. Little Murda. This nigga, people who they work for, somebody who Little Murda works for, or P Valley, or connected to Little Murda, or Big Ivory. Some got to do with people that they work for. I saw dreams with them connected. Their somebody's business is going down. It's shutting down. It's shutting down. It's shutting down. And no, I ain't with a Virgo, Taurus. I don't know what this is. The Spirit told me something got to do with these people, though, their jobs, who they work for. Something's going down. It's going down. It's going down. Okay. Cool to the Taurus, Aries, Sagi. So that's what's significant. I was like, well, I don't know how they're all connected. Somebody here though who's in the industry, they know. Like they're like, I know how that bitch or nigga connected. I know I seen that bitch or nigga connect the dots, connect the angles. So it's like I don't know how it's connected, and I don't care because it's not my business. But them going down, it does help my future. Whoever they were working for is abusive to all of us, to us all. You're like, yeah, to the world at large. Okay, you need to know how serious it is. Something here is ridiculous, and everybody's being infected, okay, fucked with in some type of way. The only way that you're safe a little bit, you're like, even just a little bit, like you are a little safe if you got monies, oh, if you're wealthy, if you're famous. Certain things protect you a little bit, but even then, you're still able to get set up. Yeah, correct. I'm still able to get robbed by people close to you. Maybe people living with you. Maybe people you grew up living with. I don't know. Loved ones, people you thought fucked with you for real, lovers, family, friends. All right, somebody here robbed you, lied to you, showed you who they really was. All right, the money will do what the money will do. No, because the Libra, Scorpio, Aries, what the money will do, baby. And so it do a lot. All right, and it's taking money out of these people's pockets because it's their job. You're like, yeah, some got to do with their job, who they work for, their people. Okay. Um, as well as, like I said, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air's people. I don't know. I don't get it. Somebody knows. I get it. I get it. I know what you're talking about. Oh my gosh. I thought you would. Okay, wait. That's what I said though. All these messages meant the same thing. These businesses are getting shut down because of problems that can no longer be solved or fixed. Some got to do with information people been getting on the children connected to these businesses. No, okay, wait. Because it's Aggie. Little boy, little girl, little boy. So the children turntables. That's right. It's little boy, little girl. Okay, wait. So I said it's a frequency problem and an energy problem. These businesses run too low in frequency and energy. No good things coming out of them whatsoever. Okay? So those are the things that you find out are happening connected to their film industries or businesses, or you're like, I get it. Okay? Now, I had a dream of Lizzie McGuire going to school with me. She was at my college. I knew we were in college because the setup, but we were in college, and this bitch, it was like my first day. Hey, Lizzie. And my first day of college, I knew the teacher from a dream. I had a dream about the teacher, and I had a dream about Lizzie Lohan. But here's the thing, before I went to school, right? In my first day, I'm seeing them in real life. So I'm like, oh shit, you're real, right? But here's the thing. I knew the teacher in this life as Tiori as a different name today. So I'm gonna tell you the name that he said he was in the dream. I don't know why the fuck this is significant, right? Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you the name he said he was in the dream, and I'm gonna tell you the name I know him as my teacher in this life today. But I said, yeah, I went in class and I saw Lizzie McGuire was there, and I saw my teacher was there. But first, I noticed like Lizzie McGuire looked familiar from like my dream, and I couldn't put my finger on it. So first, I just like kept focusing on getting ready for class. Now the teachers come in and shit. That's when the teacher comes, and I noticed the teacher and the professor. I said, oh, I remember you from my dreams, and I said, you're Mr. McGuire, right? And he said, yeah, but I didn't. That's not what I know his name to be today. But I couldn't control that because it was a memory. You know what I'm saying? You're like, yeah. Like if I would have been able to control, I'd be like, I know you're Mr. Gilbert. Like, no, but that wasn't Mr. Gilbert in a past life. He was related to Lizzie McGuire. He would have had to be because his name was Mr. McGuire. And I said, oh my gosh. And he was like, yeah, I'm Mr. McGuire. And I was like, this is my teacher. I said, I dreamed of you. And then I said, and you're Lizzie McGuire. And she said, yeah. And she waved her hand and shit like she's doing in one of these fucking pictures. It's me. I'm Lizzie. Which one? Got a little hand? No. All right. Well, it's a picture of her. It's like an energy of her waving her hand. Like she's not talking. She's quiet, just smiling, like, closed mouth. Hey. And then she waves her hand. And I said, wait. I said, you're supposed to be famous. That's why I told Lizzie. And I said, you're going to make it. I was like, you're going to be really famous, man. You're going to be famous. But I knew she was going to be famous for something in entertainment. But we were in school. When I looked up at the school, like a school sign, it was in the classroom. I could see a symbol of the school. It said that we were going to a health institute. That was what was significant. We were in school to become like doctors. You're like, yeah, it was a health institute, my nigga. It was not no regular college. That college was only for people who practice health. And I was like, that's like doctors and shit. Like, that means me and Lizzie McGuire in the past life went to school together to be doctors, nigga. Like, that was a real dream, nigga, to do that, right? And so that was significant. And I said to the teacher, or no, I said to Lizzie McGuire, I was like, yeah, you're supposed to be famous. She said, I am famous, though. She said, that is my life right now. I said, oh, I don't know you. Right, bitch, you ain't famous to me yet. Like, bitch, they ain't talking about you yet, bitch. I don't know what type of fame you thought you had. But it wasn't what she would have wanted to be. They wasn't talking about her. You like, yeah, nobody was giving a fuck about this bitch. This bitch would have had to have an opportunity from Disney Channel. Bitch, you ain't got it yet. So they're not talking about you. It was just in my dreams. Spirit had to tell me my dreams about your future. It wasn't like something here was happening in real life. But she said, no, I am famous, bitch. In Cali. We were going to school in California. Now, here's the thing. I said, wait, so there could be a health institute in California, or, like a school like that in California. But we were going to school in California. Health Institute in California. All right. So whatever it was, I told her nobody know you for real. San Diego Health and Wellness Treatment, South California Health Institute, whatever this shit. It one of the colleges. You like, yeah. All right. All right. UCI, nigga. So whatever this is, it was a college out there that only focused on doctors, health. And yeah, she told me she was famous, but I told her, no, you're not. Not where you want to be. You're not where you think you are. Like, I'm trying to tell you, bitch. My community would have said your name by now. At this point, you rather be hood famous than what the fuck you think you are. Cause hood famous know people more than bitch they know you. And so I was just worried about her. Like, you ain't famous for real. And why you in school to be a doctor if you famous? Bitch, you shouldn't even be here. All right. So I thought she was just wishing, right? But it was gonna happen. So no worries to her. She was right. You are gonna be a star. That's true. And Mr. McGuire said, okay, let's get started. So today is the da 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 da. He said the date, 2004. And I said 2004. And he's like, yeah. I said, it's supposed to be 2026. Oh my gosh. It lets me know I went and probably jumped in another bitch or nigga's body. Yeah, you possess someone. Yeah. Who knows the Capricorn? Whose body was I in? The Aquarius girl? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it was Monique. Monique went to fucking college in California with Lizzie McGuire. It wasn't me, bitch. That was Monique's stank raggedy ass. Monique was in school with her. You like, yeah. And I came in her body. And I was like, it's 2026 again. Every time I say that, that's my confirmation I'm possessing someone. Because I'm talking about different times, different eras. They're in 2004. I'm in 2026. So I did it to Monique again in another life. You're like, yeah, it was in 2004. It was another lifetime. I fucked with her body in college. She went to school in Cali. Because the first school she went to was Seattle University. It was in Seattle, Washington when I fucked with her. And that was in the 1600s. This time is in 2000s in another life. And I did it again. You're like, you keep fucking with her. She accepts it. She welcomes my energy. We love her. Okay? That's my baby. So it helped her gain information. But that's the thing. I was in her bodies. And you're like, yeah. Tell me more. Is there anything else significant about that? The children? Because mind you, she's a child today. Her soul is a little girl. You're like, anything else significant about that? Why you keep showing me Monique? Right? Because Monique know me. We're connected. Kudos an Aquarius. And if she is still the same Monique, her birthday would be on February. Don't tell them. I'm telling. February 8th. And I don't know the year, but I know in a past life, they told me her friend, she said, your name is Monique. I said, when's my birthday? They said, February 8th, 1642. And I said, that's the star. That's the Aquarian. That's her. And so, yeah. And we were in the year 1668. But I thought that was significant. Let me get off of this. Yeah, I thought that was significant. And Spirit want me to know that she's connected with me. Is it still through her father's side? Is it through dad? Okay. Or did she connect with me on her own? How did she stay connected to me? Yeah. Okay. Is that her dad or is that her? Is that it's the family. Dad's there. Okay. Hey Leo. The dad's a Leo or something with the Aries. Capricorn. He was a Leo in a past life. You're like, well, she's the Aquarius. Her name Monique. You like, yeah. And she showed me her family. Watch me. It's a household. We're all here. I show gratitude. Yeah. So she just needs to stay connected so that she can know about things that happened in the past. So she could be able to communicate. I feel like Monique had a hard time talking. That's her only thing she struggled with was communication. And she didn't know how to talk to people all the time when she felt like she didn't have no one to resonate with her. And so I want her to know I'm here for her, and she's able to communicate with her family like it's nothing, you know? You're like, yeah, because that was the only problem that she struggled with. She didn't talk. When she felt some type of way, if she was sad, angry, you know, confused, she didn't speak. Concerned. And so I had to speak through that girl. And that's the only thing we're trying to get out of her now is communication before she feels like she got to shut down. Because when she shuts down, it's a wrap. Somebody else going to take over that girl body. You like, yeah. And I don't know what type of spirit it's going to be. But shit, I'm like, she going to let him. That's what her thing is. She going to let him possess her. You like it? She doesn't care. That's the thing. She a strong-ass child. These certain children, they is not for the weak. You like, yeah, certain ones. And so I have to protect this baby because she'll let entity take over her because she don't know what to do. She feel like they know. They figure it out. They smart. Now she's in the mental health institution. You're like, right, gotta protect this baby. So that's my job in her life is to stay connected to her because and her family because I know how easy it is for her to be spiritually activated. She's open. You know, she loves the ancestors. She loves finding the answer. So it's like she just open. And I just want her to make sure she's vocal about the things that she sees or feels or, you know, you're like all the children really, but especially Monique. Because she'll trick herself and she'll go back into that and we don't want that for her. We want her to be comfortable being able to communicate. You're like, yeah. So that's our goal. I'm going to let her know her family if I dream of her more. Okay, after that, make sure I didn't miss anything else. I don't know who this person is, these people, but I know I have a nephew named Baby D. So I don't know if they're talking about my nephew, but I heard a voice. It didn't sound like my brother's though, you know? You're like, yeah, but I heard a voice in my ear. It sounded like a man, but he said, I could have you and me watch a movie with me, Baby D, Deontay, and Dion. I don't know who those people are. I only know one Baby D. That's my little nephew, but I didn't crack this. I didn't go deeper on this information. Okay. You're like, yeah. What was significant about that? I could have you and me watch a movie with me, Baby D, and Dion. Is something got to do with somebody named Dion and Baby D? Or something got to do with somebody's brothers or sisters, somebody's family? Could do with the Virgo? Is that like somebody's siblings or mom or dad? Or what is that? Yeah, somebody's brothers and sisters. Whose brothers and sisters? Is somebody's siblings? Could do with the Scorpio? Cancer. Whose siblings are that? Some gotta do with Dion and Deontay. Somebody laughing. Somebody know that this is their family, bro. You're like, yeah, bro. Somebody know that my siblings. Whose family is this? But yeah, is this my family or this man's? Oh my gosh, I don't know none of those names. Besides Baby D, is this my family or is this man somebody else's family? It's like spirit don't want to tell me. I gotta go, spirit. You don't want to tell me no more? No, you gotta tell me. Whose family is this? It's a man's family. With the Aries Leo Sag. Okay, so it's not mine. What's he do for work? I'm all up in your shit. All right. So what's your job? Right? Like, what do you like to do for work? But this is somebody else's family. Stop laughing, Spirit. What's his job? Can you tell me? And no, tell me this man's job. Don't hide that. You need to be able to tell me his job. Okay. We laugh. Yeah, but like, what is that? What type of job is that? Doing what? Well, anyway, he he, he does something really good. Like he makes something popular. He makes things popular. He causes things to trend, or like um he makes things popular. He makes things, I don't know. So he he makes shit popular, makes things poppin', or he makes something hit. Like he makes things better than they once were before. Alright. So whoever he is, he makes something pop or trend, or like, yeah, like makes it knock. He makes it hit. Like if it's music, he makes hits, nigga. If it's somebody here do something, if it's you like, yeah, something like that. So he make it pop, he make it knock, he make it rock, he make it hit. All right. What was significant about that? This man, his family. What about his family is significant? All right. They live with him. All right. And somebody laughing. There's somebody at a distance from this man. Uh-huh. And the person at a distance from this man, they like this person. Oh, this is me. That you're the girl. Okay, okay. So this man, whoever Dion, Deontay, Baby D, all these people are connected to this man who could have me watch a movie with him. Okay. He's in another state or another country. He's at a distance. I'm far away. No, yes, you are. With the Kessler, Aries, Taurus, Libra. And he can't watch the movie with me because his family, they live with him. I can't watch the movie with you, but if I could, oh my gosh. So he wants to watch a movie. You're like, yeah. Isn't that cute? You're like, yeah. All right. So something here is like that. He wants me to know his family is in another state, or is in, his home, but they're not in this location as me. They're in like another area, another state or something, but they live with the man. Now that's bad news, right? You're like, yeah, that's a problem. Spirit say you need to know that's a problem because it's keeping you guys apart. Is he my friend? Who is he to me? Is he my friend? He's your friend. Could we do it with the Cancer? Libra. I'm your friend. All right. So he is my friend. You're like, yeah. Yeah. It's somebody who's supposed to be my friend. It's like, now we gotta wait to hang out, friend. Yeah, friend. Because my family live with me. I love my family. And yeah, like, why are you scared? Why can't I be around you? Because there's jealousy. Okay. Okay. I'm jealous. Okay. So he's jealous. That's why. Yeah. So it's your fault. Whoever this man is connected to these people, he's jealous. He don't want me, he don't even want me around. That's why he said I could have you and me watch a movie. I could, but you won't, nigga. You could, but you're not going to, nigga. You could, but nigga. So he won't. He's not going to. He never will because he's jealous. You're like, that's why he told you that? That's what he wanted me to know. It's like I could do it. I could have you come to the crib and watch a movie with me and baby D's and Deontay and Dion and dot it out. But unfortunately, I'm jealous. And so I can't do that. I could invite you to hang out with me. I could take you shopping. I could. There's a lot of things he could do. This man, this man, this man. No, but he won't. Could be dealing with a Gemini. Absolutely not. Pisces. Absolutely not. All right, Leo. Because why? I'm jealous, bitch. And there's nothing you can do or say to change that. Like, that's what it is. You like, it is what it is. He just want me to know that. All right. So Spirit want me to know, like, yeah, that's, we're on his ass. We hear it. A lot of I coulds. I I would. I really want to, but I won't. So we is cracking up. I can't do it for you, bitch. I'm not your guy. I'm not that guy. I've never been that guy. You stupid. Somebody not that guy. So we like, they wish they were that guy. I really want to be that guy. And I'm just not that guy. I could be that guy, but I'm not going to be. I'm not him. And so he feel bad now. Somebody feel bad because Spirit's on your ass. Because I could really be that guy. Yeah, like there's people who can't be that guy. So they don't try, nigga. But you could be that guy. Like you really could be. But you don't want to be. And so Spirit feel like you should feel bad. With your stank raggedy ass. You should feel guilty, bad, sad, disappointed in yourself. Because you could have been that guy. You didn't want to be. No. There was nothing stopping me but my own jealousy, my own problems, my own pain, my own is you, is you, is you. And so I laugh because you like, yeah, I didn't have to be that guy. I didn't have to be that guy. I didn't know how to be anything different other than I've been, other than I was. And that's what I found out. So Spirit, like, he got to go. All right. That's why he don't get to watch the movie with you, Deontay, baby Dion, nigga, because he don't want to be that guy. But you can be. There's a nigga who can't even afford to be that guy every day. So they never try. Because I'm not that guy, nigga. But you don't try, but you can be that guy. That's right. Because the Taurus, Pisces, Sagittarius, Leo, Capricorn. Okay. It gives me injuries, cringe. Owie. Okay. So to see you want to be somebody that you're not supposed to be, stop being like these niggas that aren't that guy and be that guy that you were made to be. Spirit didn't give you all that money, all right? All that power, all that, nigga, to not be that guy. You're supposed to be that guy, nigga, today, tomorrow, forever. Somebody here don't realize Spirit didn't bless you with all that for you not to be that guy. I'm supposed to be that guy. See, there's somebody here who would have did way better than you at being that guy. Spirit could have blessed that motherfucker before they blessed you at being that guy because that motherfucker would have really been that guy. We need somebody who's really wanting to be that guy, all right? You don't want to be that guy. Could with the Libra. I don't know. Wait. We is laughing. Okay. Hold on. Okay, let's keep going. So yeah, somebody's like, I'm not that guy. Yeah, we know. Oh, after this, I saw Paidway. His name's Paidway Tio. It's DDG's family or something. You're like, yeah. But it's about Paidway Tio. Didi, he wasn't in the dream. This nigga, you like, yeah, nah, this nigga wasn't in the dream. It was Paidway, and it was niggas that I grew up with in my city. That was what was significant. He was at this like house party with people that I grew up with in this life, like that I would know today, you know, by name, by face, by everything. They cool as hell. So he was around cool people. Like he wasn't around no ops or nothing. You like, no, but I came to the party. I got invited to the gathering too. I came to the party. He was only there for real to make money. I feel like he was only there to make money selling some dro or some shit. Like, you know, like just cop some money and shit. You just come up real quick. In the dream, he was just there making money at the party. I don't think he was trying to do anything but really make some money selling weed or something. That's all he was doing was just, giving people drugs. But nah, this nigga funny as hell. So I got mad because I knew who he was, but other people from my city never watched DDG. You're like, no, like they never knew about DDG, Capaholics, people at this party. Nah, like my city, that's not how you make it. Usually niggas don't make it from YouTube in my city. Like niggas make it from being just like famous on TV or like famous from Facebooks and shit. Like it's rare. They don't do the TikToks for real out here. Like they don't watch all that. They're mainly on that type of shit. Facebook still and like I just know the algorithm. They be on Facebook more so than like just watching cable TV. And they'll see who's on TV. If you're on TV, you made it. So nigga, Michi's more famous than DDG, nigga. Nigga, I don't give a fuck if Michi's been out littler time than DDG. That nigga's a bigger name than you because that nigga's on the TV, nigga. I saw that nigga on Stars. And so they look at it like that. Like, that how you famous to my city. You like, yeah, you gotta be on either TV. You're like understood radio. You're like understood. I got it. Or you would have to be on Facebook popping. Like you're like understood. They're not IGers. They don't do the TikToker shit. They're not Twitters. You're like, yeah, they don't do all that talk. They don't do all that listening. So it's easy for them to hit or miss you. Okay. So they didn't know in the dream that he was famous. So the nigga could pass. Payway Tio, you like, yeah, easily as a no celebrity, like as a nobody, like nigga, ain't nobody gonna fuck with me up in this bitch because nobody would have knew who he was because they don't even watch DDG. They be like, we don't know this nigga. They didn't. So we laughed because when I got there, I knew who he was. And I'm over here talking to him, right? Trying to like say, hey, that's Payway Tio, right? I said, hey, I said, you DDG's cousin or something, right? I was like, you DDG's cousin. That's what I said. And I was like, what's up? And he lied. He said, DDG, I don't know that nigga, right? And I said, yes, you do. I said, go on YouTube. I said, bro, I swear to God, because everybody thought I was lying when he said, DDG, I don't know that nigga. And I said, yeah, you do. I said, you're his cousin. I said, go on YouTube right now. Somebody go on YouTube right now. Type in DDG and Payway Tia. You'll find this nigga. He's famous. And he said, I don't know no DDG. That's what that nigga said, right? And I didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. But in my mind, in the dream, I thought that was slime. I thought that was fake as fuck, right? Because I'm like, why you act like you don't know who I'm talking about? You don't know what the fuck going on. You don't know who you are. It was almost like he was playing another person, right? You like, yeah, like niggas playing an actor or something in my city, right? So I was like, okay. I said, nah, nigga, I ain't lying. Because everybody's like, Tiori, are you sure that's that nigga? You know, my city gonna be like, Tiori, nigga, are you sure that's that nigga? I said, bro, when do I ever lie? Go look that nigga up on YouTube right now. Because I'm getting irritated, you right? Because you're lying, nigga. You're doing weird shit. To me, that's weird as hell. Why you lying about that being your family, your friend, your anything, nigga, your coworker? Why would you lie about that? So I was just like, what the fuck? And and so niggas looking him up on the side of me. Niggas I came with, they started looking this nigga up. And I was like, bro, you acted slime. Because I was like, I actually thought you was going to be cool when I would first meet you, And yeah, he said, no, I don't know that nigga. He said, and I was like, you're lying. I was like, that nigga just got out of jail like 6 months ago. This is what I said in the dream. I was like, nigga, you guys, he just got out of jail like 6 months ago. You can look this shit up. And I was like, and you was kicking it with DDG, nigga, and da-da-da-da-da, right? And everybody was like, nigga, are you really DDG's cousin, bro? Stop lying. He kept saying no. And I woke up from the dream. I gotta take a shot or something. That is funny to me. You're like, yeah, because like, why would you lie about that, right? And then it's like, okay, the people I was around were not, like I said, I was around cool ass people who do nothing but just live their best life. You know what I'm saying? The people I was around weren't nobody to be scared of it all, to have to feel like you gotta lie to, run from. You know, you like, yeah, like I was around nothing but good citizens, like people that I grew up with that I would still say is cool today. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that I was in the dream with, at least there was no gang members. They were people that I would have seen at parties as a kid, or people I would have seen at parties growing up, or like at clubs, like bars, anything. There were people that was cool. So there was no weird shit going on for him to feel like threatened or anything. But I said, why would he lie about that, bro? But yeah, it was just crazy how it was connected to him being in my city. It was 6 months. It was around 6 months after he got out of jail in a past life. Because he went to jail recently in this life, but I don't know how long ago that was. But I know that in the dream, I set that number. I said, this nigga just got out of jail like 6 months ago. I was like, and you was kicking it with DDG. But nobody knew that because they don't watch that shit out of my city. Not for real. You like, nah, that's not how Tacoma really is. Tacoma's more like I said, you gotta be on Facebook, or like, you gotta be on Facebook, or like, yeah, it's different. My city's just different. It's built different. It's cut different. And they don't do too much talking. They post and they ghost. You like, they post and they go. They niggas, they don't do all that. Keep. I'm telling you, it's different. It's cut different. So I was just like, yeah, that makes sense. How they may not know this nigga for real. You would have to be on TV or something mainstream. You'd have to be like a real celebrity, like A-list, you know, in their eyes. What else was it about that dream? Besides the fact that he said he don't know DDG. Oh, here's my shot. You're like, yeah. One a day. All right. Okay. What else was significant about that? Because I never broke none of this shit down. I just wrote it down. What was significant about that shit? This nigga lying. Like, what was that, bro? It wasn't even about all that. Like, what was the point, you know? Because he was around them. The point was that he came to my city, nigga. Nigga, why is he in my city? Good, the Aries? Yeah. Capricorn. The point was he was in your city, Tiori. Why is DDG's cousin in your city? Not even just your state. He was in your city around people you knew, you grew up with. Coming with the Aries, Leo. So that was what was significant. He was in your city. Okay. And why was he in my city? But that was what Spirit wanted me to focus on. He was out of town in your shit, while DDG was at a distance. Why was that significant? Something had to do with a child. But which the little boy? I could see a halo, your halo, your halo. And ain't that funny, bananas? And Christmas, this bitch. Cause I could see a halo. They work together with that one. Your halo. I didn't help them. I know, Dee. I know you never helped. You never helped with that. No, you didn't do anything at all. Okay. He mad at me. I'm just playing, DD. No, for real. Why was he over here? Something had to do with a child. Was that the child though? In all honesty, I just be playing with this nigga. Was that the child though? Or are we talking about another? Who are we talking about? What child? It had to do with a child though. It had to do with people competing, connected to a little boy, little girl. Is this a child that was already born? The little boy? No, it was a child that was gonna be born. So there was a child that was supposed to be born in the future, and his job was to stop a child from being born. A little boy. A son. Kudos the Taurus. Okay, wait. His job was to stop a child from being born, from coming to life, from being created. He was supposed to stop me from having sex. With who? The Libra? Yes, it was. It was the Libra. Yeah, it was the Libra, DDP. All right, so we do laugh, DDP. So they had to do with people trying to stop you from having sex with you. You're like, don't have the baby. He had to go that far, selling weed out here and shit. Dumb as fuck. Okay, wait. So I can't take you serious. What is wrong with people? Okay, so I laugh. So that's what he was doing. You're like, yeah. You need to know that, Tiori. DDP, you need to know that it's more people a part of it too. It's a job. You're like, yeah. Why did they have to fuck with me though? It's like because he loves you. Don't tell her, okay? Don't tell her that, you guys. Keep it to yourself. No, I be cracking up because no. Let me say this real quick, DDP. No, let me say this because DDP be listening, so we laugh because the family, right? We've dreamed of family members that have never even been on a YouTube video, a fucking stream, anything. Like family members that you can only find at the reunion type shit. You're like, yeah, no, literally. Kuda Demetrius. And so somebody here knows like she's connected to the family. Kuda an Aquarius, Pisces, right? So it's like I'm in when they don't even want me to be in. Like when I don't even want to be in, I'm connected to the past life doggies, Kuda with Samuel. Like I'm connected to the past lives, like past life names. Okay, wait. So we talk about these things because DDP be watching me, right? You're like, yeah, he be watching. And like his family will watch two certain ones, you're like, yeah, some I know I love to death. I love to life. They fuck with me. But others, I don't fuck with them because they don't fuck with me. But in the dream, I know who fucks with me because they fuck with me. You like, yeah, same motherfucker here today, tomorrow, yesterday. So I appreciate that energy when I know it's solid, just like genuine personalities. They're not judging me for being who I am. But when you are like that, I could tell, and I will never want to be around. And so Spirit showed me like, yeah, I'm gonna reveal to you all the DDP's people who would be solid and like who you shouldn't trust because like he don't even always know. You know what I'm saying? You like, yeah, and that's another thing. Sometimes the weed gets to him. You know what I'm saying? A blunt could do a lot for his brain. You know what I'm saying? It can make him think somebody really fucks with him who don't really fuck with him. But we get high together. We drink together. We kick it together, right? So we work together. He don't always be knowing. And so Spirit be having to reveal it to me. But I'm like, yeah, I knew something was up with the cousins, with the family. This is cousin, this DDP cousin. And when Spirit showed me like DDP be watching me, Spirit showed me that a while ago. Like DDP be watching you, his family watch you. Spirit showed me like his energy changed when he go on live. You're like, yeah, like I could tell he gets nervous when I start talking. When I was on break, the whole time I was on break from talking, this last couple months, you're like, yeah. He was normal. I was watching him. You're like, yeah, I was supporting. You're like, yeah. And he didn't even think of it because he didn't think like she's watching or nothing because I wasn't talking. So it was like, she probably ghost. She just doing her own thing. I was doing all that in a bag of chips, doing my own thing. And I would come back home. I would watch DDP. I would watch a lot of people. I would keep up with all the channels that I already keep up with today. You're like, yeah, everybody, nigga, everybody. I'm going to see you. You know what I'm saying? I saw this nigga, Michael B. Jordan, get awarded for that actor of the year, whatever. I see you. You shine. I see you. Like I see you. Trust me. I see you. I see you. And so I see people. I just don't always have to be seeing myself to see you. And I was watching him be normal. There was nothing wrong with this nigga. He was cool, confident in his bag, in his energy, just jokey, happy, jolly, not really tripping because he didn't think okay, Tiori's watching. He was himself. As soon as I get on, now he's different. He don't want to be on live for long or at all. He starts, you like, yeah, he's changed. He start acting different. Or he start going on other people's lives, hiding from me and shit. I'm like, bro, come on now. Quit hiding, bro. I'm hiding from her. I know. I had the dreams. Or he started being weird. And I'm like, you don't gotta be like this, bro. Like, come on, bro. We're friends. So for me, it's like I'm cool. I be, I be cool because like then I'll notice his family would say certain comments. Like I know when DDP get a girlfriend or get married, he say shit like, yeah, that's not gonna happen for a long time. Try to, make a bitch feel hopeless. You're like, yeah, like nobody was even thinking about you, DDP. They start thinking like it's always about you. But he wanted to be. And so I tell him, like, grow up, DDP. You're like, yeah. Cause that's right there. It's like it's so petty. He'll get different all because you're like, yeah, she's talking again and she sees me. Like now I'm embarrassing myself. No, you're not. You're a regular guy. Cynthia here is like, stop looking at yourself like that. And so I just be like, this nigga still can be who he is. There's no judgment here. But he think, yeah, her opinion matters. And I feel like if I was opinionated in that way, yeah, like you should be worried, but I'm not opinionated to where like I want to judge you for being naturally who you are. I start being opinionated when you're acting weird. I'm like, why the fuck are you acting weird? This nigga be acting weird, bro. You're like, yeah, making weird noises and shit, acting weird, getting bored around people, not wanting to be in the community no more, lying about being sick and shit. You're like, yeah, acting like he don't, just so he don't have to record. And then I'd be like, he just want me to go on live. Spirit, like, yeah, he wants you to talk, so he don't have to. He wanna enjoy you talking. It's your time. It's your turn. He's sad. He don't want to be there. He's so sad. And I'd be like, yeah. So his family know this shit. They talk about it. You like, yeah, friends. I get the dreams, and he'll act like he'll act like you know he'll act like it's not what it is, but it is. They know that because I'm dreaming of too many family members, too many friends, and it's connecting. So this is why his family's doing this, because he's connected to me even though he don't want to always be. He it's like he's connected to the way I present him the truth. He like, I appreciate the truth. I fuck with the truth. Even if I'm a liar, I fuck with the truth. You teach me how to be a better liar, you honest bitch. You teach me how to keep hiding my lies, you honest bitch. And you just teach me how to do that. And so even though I'm honest about his sins, he still lies about. He feels like I'll teach him how to be a better liar. You're like, yeah, and it's teaching his family how to get caught the fuck up because he keeps lying to them. Wait, so that's what's significant. You're like, yeah, they work with each other. It's a team. Okay. You're like, yeah, connected to the cousins. You're like, I understand. I'll solve the problem. Isn't it disappointing, DDP? He's listening when he comes in. I'll see it. Isn't it disappointing, DDP? It's very disappointing. Connected to future children. Something here is like, nobody was even thinking about Little Saint. Like, they think about Little Saint 10 years ahead of us. You're like, yeah, I wasn't thinking about Little Saint. I wasn't thinking about Little Saint either. Could we do it with the Pisces, Gemini, Libra? Okay. So somebody here was 10 steps ahead of us because bitch, your nigga wasn't thinking about Little Saint. That's right. You were thinking about Little Saint. Somebody here was okay with being friends. He's my friend. That's it. You're like, yeah, that's it. In spirit. Okay. We never officiated that we dated in the spirit world. So I never assumed that we were dating in the spirit world. But I saw we officiated children. You're like, yeah, we officiated love, companionship. And so it's like, yeah, we had something, but that don't mean we officiated commitment. I don't know. So we're not going to make it seem like we've been dreaming of this shit. Things in the past life with us just happened. Right place at the right time. You like, yeah, spur of the moment. Now, after that, something had to do with Serena Williams. She was telling people about something I was doing. Oh my gosh. Fucking. I'm telling them you're having sex. Why are you telling them I'm fucking? Kudo the Scorpio? So Capricorn? You being a little hoe. You being a little hoe. So he is laughing. Serena. Yeah. So she feel like I'll be a little ho-ho. She like, you little hoe-ass bitch. With the Virgo, Pisces, Scorpio. It's because I was fucking. Who was I fucking? I was probably fucking on a Scorpio. Like something here is like I was getting dick. Kudo with the Aries, Virgo, and I liked it. She's such a fucking hoe. I love it. You such a fucking hoe. I love it. Something like this bitch is such a fucking hoe. Fucking hoe. We love it. Ow. She fucking hoe. Yeah, this bitch was fucking you like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a sick fuck. I like to quick fuck. I like a rich fuck. I like a quick buck. So she was hating. Like, bitch, stay out my pussy, yo. You like, it's been in my cooch. So it had to do with a Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. To do it. Poppy. Once again, there he goes. It's the Scorpio. So yeah, this bitch was mad, talking that good shit, saying I'm fucking, okay, being a little hoe, being a little Tatiana. Okay, this bitch can't close her legs for nothing. No, and I couldn't. I almost called you Vanessa. See, this bitch is more popping than you, Serena. I can't do it. You're right. It's like something here for me, Serena. It was hard for me with the Scorpio. You're like, yeah, Poppy. I don't know, bitch. I don't know how you managed to keep your little stank legs closed with him. It would have been hard for me. No, yes, it would. Poppy, we get down. Huh. Kudo with the Gemini. Oh my gosh. Capricorn. Yeah, this bitch was hating. She was like, you're fucking on Poppy champagne and bitch, you're a hoe. And okay, so why did you care? That's my pussy. That's my uchi mama. All right. So that's the deeper question. When we go to the heart, we find out why she cared. I care because the dick is worth a lot of money. All right. Kudo with the Aries. Yeah, it is expensive. It is. NDA approved. So it's an expensive penis. She was mad because the dick costs money. Bitch, you're about to be a millionaire. You dumb fuck. Kudo with the Scorpio. Yeah. So that's what was really the problem. Like, bitch, you're about to be rich off the dick, bitch, and I don't like it. Yeah. You need to be honest about that, Serena. You have babies of your own. You have your own family. I don't know why you're mad about that. So in the past life, she was, and it was because this dick cost money and he wasn't giving it up. It was unavailable dick. He wouldn't fuck you. That's the problem. Yeah, he didn't want me. Okay, wait. So it had to do with Poppy. Poppy champagne, also known as D G in the initials form. He wasn't fucking girls. He wasn't fucking women. He wasn't fucking. He wasn't giving up his children. And somebody here never got pregnant and they're mad about it. And it was just the fact that he gave up his penis. Like that was, we were all competing for Poppy's dick. It wasn't for sale. No. Okay, wait. Could the Libra? Cancer. It wasn't for sale. All right. Could the Capricorn. You can't have it. And it wasn't like on the market. Something here wasn't available for her. So she's mad. And that's what's gonna happen. If I ever connect with Poppy, you know, you're like, yeah. People, there's certain people, like people will be mad because certain men in the industry never had sex with girls in the industry. It's like they could have had sex with a bitch from their hometown. I don't give a fuck. Somebody could have sex with a bot from their hometown. I don't give a fuck if that bitch was chopped. Nigga, somebody here fucked with that bitch. Nigga, that was home. Nigga, that felt like home. And somebody here, I dare you to get mad about me going towards what feels like home versus me going towards you, a stranger. So it's like somebody could have did that before. They don't do it no more. Like when you a celebrity, that shit costs money. Like you can, it's not like for sale type of money. It's like for life type of money. You have to be willing to work a job. You have to be willing to get hired to work for this dick. What does that mean? Well, okay. So that's what that means. Like it's a job with that dick. That dick, I realized it in my dream showed me like that did come with a price. It's a job. I gotta work for you now, Scorp. What do you need me to do? All right. Well, I need you to sign these papers so that okay, we can prove you're faithful. Sign this prenup. Anything for you. All right. Even if he changes it later. That's the whole goal is like hopefully he'll change his mind later, but anything for you, babe. You're giving me the world. Anything. Prenup signed. Okay. Thank you. I need you to, okay, that's your job. I need you to be a mom. Anything for you. Anything for you. You said the kids will be good. I need you to, so it was anything they needed. But some people don't want to do it with certain people. Like, you're not my type for real. I can't see you being mommy forever, wifey forever, right? So it's like a forever thing too. You're like, yeah. Yeah. So it wasn't available, and that's why she was mad. It was his dick. You're fucking him, and now you're a hoe. No, I'm good pussy with good dick. Right? Like, I'm good pussy getting fucked by good dick. I don't know. There's no ho ho. It was a connection. We were in love. And then after that, my uncle Tony came and saw me, and I was like, I didn't even go deeper. Uncle was significant. What you need me to know, Uncle Tony? Uncle Tony. It's a man. It's Poppy. His soul. You know Poppy's soul? Yeah. Uncle Tony, you could have been passed away when Kiki came out, Uncle Tony. You don't know Poppy's soul. He feel like he know Poppy's soul. I know Drake's soul. Okay. So, Uncle Tony, what's significant about Drake? You know something. There's something significant about that. His father. You know something about his dad? Yeah, I do. He do. Kudo with the Virgo, Saggy, Aries, Aquarius. What the fuck? What you know about his dad? So he came through. My uncle did. Connected to Poppy. He knows about Drake's dad's childhood. Interesting. What? Yeah, some secrets. Ooh, that's T-Ho. What you know about it? Some lies, some truths, nigga, some secrets. What you know about it? It's about Drake's dad's childhood, or the man who raised Drake. It's Drake's father. Drake could be getting confirmation of this. I don't know, but it's Drake's dad for sure. Okay, what do you know about it? What do you know about his dad's childhood? It's his dad, though, like his history. Tell me more. Uh-huh. He knew somebody was on the run. Somebody was lying about something, like their job or what they did for work. His dad's childhood. Okay, hold on. Who was the nigga's father? Drake's granddad or some shit? No, Drake's dad. He used to do a job. He used to do something he was a criminal. Oh, okay. So Drake's dad was a criminal for work. That was his job. He could have sold something for work. He was a kid though, like a teenager, probably a middle schooler. I don't know. But he did criminal activity. That was his job, was crime. Couldn't with the Libra, Virgo, Capricorn. It was like he was a criminal, selling shit. You like, yeah, something criminal minded though. That was his job though, was criminal shit. Okay. Michael Tony know about that, but he lied about Dre's dad lied about doing criminal activity. He's still been on the run today for shit. Oh my. Is this Drake's biological father or the genome? Is this the one of color? Like, is this his dad? Or is this the white man? This is his dad. The man who raised the original man he would have knew to be his father. The man from that album. Could we do it like Take Care or something? But it's the man whose face is on that album. The man with the beard. Yeah. It's that one. Yeah. Yeah, Uncle Tony. It's that one. Mm-hmm. The one, yeah, of color. He lied. He's been a criminal since he was a little boy. What was he doing? Was he holding? Was he stealing? What was he doing? What was he lying about doing? Somebody laughing. Ha ha. He's stupid. Good the Libra. Saji. All right. What was he lying about doing? Was he holding something? Or was he stealing something? What was he lying about? What was his job? You're like, yeah. He was holding shit. Okay, so he was one of the dealers. Yeah. Okay. He was holding. Okay. Ace of Swords. Yeah. He dealed shit. So my uncle knows him through him being a dealer. Drake's dad as a kid. You're like, yeah, the man that was on Drake's album as his father, the man of color, the light skin. You're like, yeah. So yeah, my uncle knows Poppy's dad. His childhood. He knows about, but that's a secret. You're like, yeah, that he sold drugs. Did Drake make music about that? I don't think so. His dad was selling drugs as a kid. And tell me more. He was pushing weight. That's right. He was pushing weight. Okay. Uh-huh. Um what else, Uncle? He was at a distance from my uncle. My uncle knew him to live in another location, like another city or another state, at a distance. But he was waiting. It looked like to have a baby or something, or he was trying to make money. Like he was trying to make money to do something. But he was waiting. What was he waiting on doing? He was making money though while he was doing that. So yeah, that nigga was on his shit. His Drake's dad, you like, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, it looked like he was waiting for somebody to give birth or something. Waiting for the baby or waiting for somebody to move closer. Waiting for the baby mama to move closer to him. Drake's mama to move closer to him, or waiting for the baby to be born, or yeah. But she was at a distance too. It looked like she wasn't in his area. They was in a different location. But I don't know. That's interesting. They wasn't around each other when she was pregnant? Physically? No, he moved. He moved him and his family in the past. Could be with the Aries, Cancer, Virgo. So they moved in the past. Oh, she did. He didn't move. She moved. Okay, so she used to live in the same community as him, I guess, and then she ended up moving with her family to another location, but she got pregnant before she moved. You know what I'm saying? You like, yeah, that's crazy. So the point of the matter is that these are secrets about Drake's childhood. Something here is like, these are lies that never been told, that are being uncovered. Like, that's the truth. I don't know what the fucking story was, but that's the truth connected to him and his father's and mother's, coming. They had started in a location, a community together before Drake was born, and they were kids. And when she got pregnant, she had moved with her family to another location, like another state, farther away though, for sure. Another country, I don't know, but they got active, her and her family, and he was kind of stuck just doing illegal activity. The dad, you're like, yeah, but he was still waiting on the baby. He was still trying to stay up to date. You're like, yeah, she only moved because her family was helping her. She had to go. Her family was moving. She had to move. The mom, you're like, yeah. So that makes sense. But yeah, he just wants me to, my uncle wants me to know that the dad is significant, because that story, he remembers that, and the dad still was on the run. Like after the fact, the dad never got caught. He never went to jail for being that type of person. You're like, no, he got away with everything. He will forever get away with it. He'll never go to jail. Go to Cancer, Pisces. I'll never go to jail. He won't. Not even in the future. That's not his destiny. He didn't go to jail in the past life. So he don't be going to jail for this shit, but he be doing shit. He be on his shit. Then after that, I heard Spirit send a girl to me. Her name was Ivana. And Spirit showed me something had to do with Stevie, the white man who worked with Bananas, the singer. You're like, yeah, all right, I can see a halo. All right, this bitch. Um, he worked with her, connected to the government, trying to help her with shit, governmental shit. I don't know if he was attorney, lawyer, judge. I don't give a fuck. Stevie though, he was connected to this girl named Ivana. And Ivana told me that Stevie trusts me. She told me like he trusts you and he's been helping you. But it was connected in the past life to Michael B. Jordan. People were trying to keep me out of a community, a job, a home, all type of shit. You like, yeah, because I was working a job in the film industry. You like, yeah, I got opportunity connected to Michael B. And after that, it was cool because I got to live in that community. And I was just like, okay, so it all came together. Everything just was working in cohesion. It was cool. But then they were abusing me. They got mad because like I got too comfortable there. They're like, okay, you're doing a really good job, and you look happy. You got love, and it's just like fuck. We don't like that, right? So we gotta fuck it up, and that's what they did. They ended up abusing me, stalking me, blocking me. I'm talking about ding dong ditch, all type of shit at my front door. It was the people that was my neighbors. You like, yeah, the children, everybody a part of it, everybody in the club. So what I ended up having to do was get help from Ivana, and she connected me to Stevie. And no, she told me in the past life that Stevie's gonna help me. She said you could trust Stevie, he trusts you. She said he's been helping you. Okay, he's into something here. He's figuring it out. Okay, so thank you, Stevie. We show you gratitude. We remember you, Stevie. Connected to we were talking about speed and yeah, the genome boy. You're like, yeah, that passed away. Yeah, all that. We remember you. We're talking about the children. Okay. Um. So thank you, Stevie, and we also know you're connected to KL. So thank you. We show you gratitude. And yeah, she told me you helped me. So that was a blessing, okay? You're like, I did. I was there. Gratitude to Michael B. Jordan. It sounds like he helped me too because they worked together. He could support him with information on this community. It was almost like Michael B was used to the community. I wasn't used to the community. I was getting to know this community. This community was new to me, but I knew that I got the job because of Michael B. I knew that I was able to live in this area because of Michael B. I knew I was grateful for that motherfucker. You like, yeah, that's my guy. I love that motherfucker for real. And I was just grateful he helped me. So yeah. After that, I saw I was talking to Drewski. I don't know how I forgot to tell you guys all this. It was funny, but me and Drewski. So me and Drewski are talking, going back and forth about this woman. It was a man, but she goes by she, her pronouns, right? You're like, yeah. But no, it's a man, for real. It's a man. And this woman though, she had been dressed like a woman, but she was cross dressed. But she was a man. She looked like Uncle Clifford, right? You're like, yeah, let me get off it. Oh no, I can keep that on. So she looked like Uncle Clifford from P Valley. And I was like, okay, this bitch is dressed up to a T, right? But like Drewski knew this motherfucker. And so Drewski came up to me when I was looking at the woman come out their car and like get ready to walk into this home. It was a big ass like mansion type shit. I was on the top of the floor though. Like I was outside on the top looking from like it was like a castle almost. You're like, yeah. Like it had a nice little area that I could just see this woman getting out their car from the front of the house. And Drewski walked up to me while I'm looking down. Cause the woman all loud and shit, excited. I could have been out there just chilling. But I know like he had to tell me who she was because I didn't know. And he said, you know who that is? I said, He said, oh, that's a Thnx right there. And I said, who? And he said, that's not Thnx right there. He said, yeah. He said, yeah, that's Thnx. And I was like, what the fuck? And he was telling me, he was just talking about um how he knew her because they worked together. It was connected to a job. And I was just like, okay, she here for work. So yeah, it was cool. Like she was just there working Tameka though. That was her name. And I was cracking. I was like, nobody call her that. And he was like, that's her name. That's what we call her. It's Aunt Tameka. That's Aunt Tameka. So I kept that in mind that was Auntie Tameka. You're like, yeah, cute as hell. And she's not a problem. Spirit said there's nothing wrong with Auntie Tameka. It was connected to Drewski's family. Something I do with Drewski. His family though works with I think Michael B. Jordan. No, yes, they do. Cool, the Leo. Yes, they do. Aquarius. And I know that, like, something I do with Drewski's family that work with Michael B. Jordan, those people, because that's how it's all connected. I'm putting together the dots connected to Ivana, Stevie. You're like, okay, Michael B. Jordan, Drewski, Tameka. Tameka work with them too. But Tameka and Drewski's not the problem. Michael B, Ivana, and Stevie's not the problem. It's Drewski family. It's this job. It's this community. These people, though, you like, yeah, they got caught up lying about something or doing some sort of illegal shit. And what Spirit just need me to know is that, like, Drewski family, that's kind of Drewski's family. Spirit just want me to know, like, if I ever get an opportunity to connect with the film industry and be a part of film, just expect like people to abuse me. But Drewski's family is a big factor. But they would have to work in the film industry. I know Drewski don't work in film. You're like, yeah, nah. His family do though. Somebody in his family work in the film industry. And Spirit revealed to me their energy, and they would work with Tameka. Because that's what was going on. His family, we were only seeing her Tameka because his family was getting ready to do something with her for work. They be working together. But that same team also works with Michael B. Jordan. And that's what I needed to know. And I was like, okay, like that's cool. As long as they don't abuse me in this life. But I feel like Spirit be telling me this shit to warn these people, like, just before you think to go crazy again, she had the dream. And these bitches and niggas, if I don't tell them I'm seeing this shit, they gonna just do it because they're dumb as fuck. You're like, yeah, they don't learn no lessons from their past lives. They fuck up. They do the same shit, make the same mistakes they did from last time, and you just gotta go with the flow. And you like, yeah. And that's what I found out. But like, if I say something, the goal is to like cause them to realize we're on your ass. It's not gonna work this time. You like, yeah. But some people just don't give a fuck. They gonna keep trying, so they can't try no more. Somebody won't give up. And so I'm trying to tell them, Spirit, warn me of your tactics from last lifetime so you can get it right this lifetime. But make better choices for yourself. And the gander. Somebody don't give a fuck. And I'm going to fuck it up again. I'm going to fuck it up again. I'm going to fuck it up again. I'll be like, oh my gosh. You are just mad. You're like, yeah. All right, so after that, I heard, where you going? And then I heard somebody say, Doolin. Okay, so something could have to do with that location. I don't even know what the fuck Doolin was. I had to Google it. And it was hard for me to find at first. Let me see if I can show you. Doolin. Hold on. Yeah. It's a village in the Republic of Ireland. I'll show you. This Doolin. You like, yeah. I had to find it. It's an area. It's in Ireland. This Doolin. It's not big. But see, there's something here. There's something here. A bitch or a nigga travels there. I do. Right. What the fuck is out there? Dumb fuck. So somebody here, they go to Doolin. All right. Spiriting me to know that. It's not big at all. Like something here so specific. So what's happening, Doolin? Like cool with the Virgo. Don't ask them. Shut up. Cool with an Aquarius. What's going on in Doolin, Papa? For us to be seeing or hearing Doolin in our dreams. Where you going? Doolin. I'm going to Doolin. You see where it's at on the map? It's in the middle of fucking nowhere. You're like, yeah, oh my gosh, off the route of no fucking where. So yeah, it's like in the middle of nowhere, and there's nothing, no well-known cities, countries, states next door. Nigga, something here. It sounds pretty ominous. You're like, yeah, something here sounds interesting. It's getting interesting. So why did they go to Doolin? Because I didn't check. Where are you going? Doolin. Why? That's my questions. I have to go out there. For what? What's going on in Doolin? Ain't shit popping out there. I checked, nigga. I did the fact studies, nigga. Ain't shit popping out there. Ain't shit popping. What's popping out there? Hey. All right, so robberies or setups or criminal activity for sure. What type? What we taking? What are we robbing out there? What are we taking? What are we trying to get away with? Somebody out money. All right, they got money out there to steal, bitch. All right, so there's money out there. I guess somebody's a thief. That's what's significant about Doolin. Bitch, your nigga's a thief. They're robbing Doolin. All right, people that go to Doolin. I'm never going there. Like somebody here purposely robs Doolin. There's money out there, bitch. What would I know? And so somebody finds money out there. There is wealthy men. I see a wealthy white man. Oh yeah, vacationing and shit, trying to fucking connect with the culture. Yeah, so you do find money. You find wealthy, rich white men, all type of shit. People of color with their fucking haircut, men with their haircut almost bald, wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. They're like, yeah, they don't really got hair though. That's one thing you notice. Like the men of color, if they're out there, they're definitely almost bald. Cool with the Libra, Cancer, Taurus, yeah, Gemini. Somebody who don't got no fucking hair. All right. Yeah. So somebody's robbing men like that. I swear to God, bro. Oh my gosh. All right. Is that everything? It's somebody's job though. This is somebody's job. Like this is their hustle. Somebody go and do this once every other fucking other month or every other 3 months, or you're like, yeah, like somebody on schedule to rob Doolin. It's a schedule. It's a routine. I always rob Doolin. I always take a trip. Cool with the Gemini, Taurus, Aquarius. It's their favorite. All right. Who the fuck is this connected to? Who knows these people that watches me? I laugh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Who knows these guys, bro? Like, whose friends are these? Oh my god. All right. Michael B. Jordan's. It's not me. It's not my friends. I don't know them. Yes, you do, Michael. It's MBJ. So this is your friends, Michael. Like something here got me crying because it's Michael B's friends. You're like, yeah. That shit's funny as fuck. I had a dream of this girl. She was supposed to be my cousin or something, right? You're like, yeah. This shit is funny. She was with my cousin. And this girl, she was all like thick and shit, right? You're like, yeah. And she was talking about how she's my family. I was meeting her for the first time. She was like, yeah, we're family. You have a cousin. Or wait, no, my grandpa. No, she said, yeah, we're family. I said, whose side are you on? She said, my granddad, his name is Tony. That's what she said. My grandpa, his granddad, his name's Tony. And I said, oh, okay. And she said, yeah. And so now we're watching like TV or something, and Michael B. Jordan pops up, right? And she's like, oh my gosh. She's like, he has a crush on me. And I was like, no fucking way. Like, bitch, you did not. Because that right there, it's like the moment that crushed me, because I was the only one I thought that was dreaming of Michael B. Jordan in that way and like getting confirmation, like it's supposed to be us. And then it was like in the dream, I knew that like he was mine. Like I knew, like, even though we didn't officiate it, like he still got a part of me and I got a part of him, like he's mine, right? So I felt possessive. And I was just like, who told you that? She was like, I've been dreaming of him, right? And I feel like she was lying because she heard me say something or something, bro. You're like, yeah, like, bitch, try to use my own fucking story against me, bro. And I feel like she already knew me, bro. You're like, yeah. So I was like, you had a dream about him? She was like, I was like, And I didn't tell her shit. Like, I didn't tell her nothing that I already was dreaming. I was like, really? And she was like, yeah, he likes me. And she was like, we're gonna be together, whoop the whoop. And all I could do is just run away and ask my tarot cards. I ran to my room and I pull out my tarot cards and I say in the dream, does Michael B. Jordan like this bitch? And Spirit say in the dream, no. The bitch is fucking lying. This bitch took my story. Like, it was almost like energy, like, bitch robbed your story. Like, that was your story straight out her mouth. And I was just like, why would she say that? Like, it feels like because she wishes she could dream of Michael B. So I said, okay, so Michael B don't like this bitch. Spirit said no. And I woke up from the dream and I did the same thing like a smoker. I did the tarot reading again, like as soon as I woke up, before I did anything, before I brushed my teeth. You're like, no way. Before I hit my blunt, before I hit my bong. Nigga, I'm asking, is Michael, because I'm jealous too. You gotta hear me. Like, a part of me feel jealous. I'm jealous. You're not finna be like me and dream of him like I dream of him. Like, I thought I was just the only one. I thought I was the favorite. Like, these other bitches can get anything else, but like, you're not getting the dream state. You're like that's personal, that's private, that's for us. So like that break my heart when somebody try to jump in, jump out, nigga. Stay out of our dream state, stay out of our head. So I was sad. And so I Spirit, when I woke up, like, Spirit, I wouldn't be jealous or nothing. Spirit looking like, bitch, you jealous. I'm like, no, Spirit. I'm asking him, like, I wouldn't be mad if you just tell me the truth. Just tell me. Like, come on, just be honest. Did he like her? Come on. Just tell me. And Spirit said, no, he wasn't interested. He didn't even know that girl. I don't know her. I know you. And I said, oh my gosh. So it made me happy again. You're like, yeah, the delusion got out of my head again. I stopped being insecure. You're like, yeah, it was just a moment of, like, you're like, yeah, like, don't do me like that. I thought I was the only one. Like, yeah, like, I'm the only fucking one. Like, it's like getting crazy and shit, bro, because I want to be the only one. So I felt good again. Like, you're favorited. You're the only one. Don't worry about that. That's not a problem. And so we move on. But this is connected to his people. They're they're criminals, Michael B. You're like, yeah, it's so disappointing. Could be doing with the Scorpio, Gemini. It's so sad. Some of these people got children and they're doing all this fuck shit. Fuck that motherfucker. Fuck that little boy, little girl. Somebody don't give a fuck about that kid with the cancer. That's the sad part about it. I feel like you so disappointed. Cause with the Aquarian, I'm so disappointed. It's so sad. Oh my gosh. So it is Michael B. All right. They're mad because he trusts me. All right. So they were connected with me because this is something they do for work. It's just rob people. They just hit their different locations. I don't know why these people are thieves, but they're connected to Michael B. Jordan. I don't know what they do with Michael B. Jordan. Are you friends or are you like coworkers? Is it family? What type of like connection do you have? Is it like we're just friends? We're just friends. Nothing more. Your coworker. You're in the fucking film industry doing this. All right. So unless he works for any other industry, as a hustle, this is film industry people doing this. You're like, yeah, this is a film industry. This is what you do. This is what you do. All right. We don't let the Aquarius, Libra, Gemini, Leo. Somebody here though, they're robbing people, bro. It's like, don't you make enough money as actors, actresses? I mean, doesn't your net worth say billionaires and millionaires? And they were lying. We paid for that. It was a lie. So I'm trying to understand. These are people who are supposed to be millionaires, billionaires on Google, their net worth. You're like, yeah, these are people who are supposed to be popping their shit, bro. This is so ghetto, bro. This is ratchet, bro. Like, it's not cute, bro. And it's like, for me, I can talk about that. You're like, yeah, because at least, like, I'm not out here robbing people in a good situation. Like, you got a good ass situation, little bitch, little nigga. You got it fucking good. You don't got it bad. Kudo Usher. You don't got it bad. And it's like you're choosing to make it worse, but you're in a really good fucking situation, in a really good fucking predicament, and you're living like a scum. You're like, yeah. You're living like somebody who got to rob to get it. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And I just be like interested in where's it really getting you? You got all this fame but no money. That's crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? You're like, yeah. All this fame but no fucking money. I would rather have the money than the fame. But that right there shows me like how much people are hiding, that they got to do, like, you got to do all this illegal shit to make it, or to like keep being sustainable and secure within yourself. You're being, because you're not getting paid right now, or you're not getting paid at all. You've done lived beyond your means more than ever, to where you can't afford a normal, sustainable, healthy lifestyle. You can't afford your home. You're this, you're that, you're this, you're that, nigga. Can't afford your wife. Now the bitch is leaving you for somebody who can afford her, somebody who really took care of their finances. You can't, you're right. So it's like you start noticing these things, and I can't make it up. They get mad at me because somebody here was paying attention. Could we know Michael B. Jordan? He was paying attention. He didn't want to lose like these other people. And it's like, unfortunately, he has to get abused for it. I have to get abused for it, but he's not going to lose. You're like, no, me either in that way. They're not going to break us. But it is sad, because it's like, it's only coming from people who are mad at you for just living a life that serves your happiness. People don't want you to have happiness with your money. People don't want you to have money with fame. People don't want you to have fame with money. You know, like, people try to give you one or the other. Hold on now. Don't get too happy. No. Don't get too happy. Don't get too cocky. It's one or the other. Okay? You don't get to have both at the same time. You don't get all that. You don't get all that. Stop being greedy. Somebody here always got to get to you in increments, nigga. You're like, yeah, because they just don't want you to have happiness all at once. But it's like, okay, when do we cut the cord, or like, when do we draw the line? So somebody will have to. I feel like Michael B. Jordan, you got to do something about that. You're like, yeah, it's just getting out of hand. Okay, you're like, yeah, all right. And then I told you guys about all this, so that's everything. Like, that's all the shit I forgot to tell you. Like, yes, like, at that time, yeah, that's everything. No, for real. I went through it all, and I realized, like, that was it. You forgot that, but there was nothing else about it. I just know that something here is on a loop, so it happens the same way every year, every season. And I feel like now I'm just trying to get used to the routine of things and the patterns. They'll send you the same humiliation rituals every time that year. It's like something's on schedule for sure. You're like, yeah, it has to be. They got too many people to keep up with abusing for it not to be. I gotta make sure, bitch or nigga, I don't forget to abuse. Yeah, somebody gotta make sure they don't forget. You're on the list. You're on the schedule. You're on the calendar. Little bitch, little nigga. We're coming. We're coming. So you gotta keep that in mind too. Somebody here, they definitely got a calendar, a list with our names on it so that they don't forget, right, to abuse you. You're like, I gotta remember her. I gotta remember him. Come back next month. And so, with that being said, it can always make it challenging, right? And I, for one, don't want to be somebody who has to worry about people like stopping me from my future all because of a man. Because when it gets like that for me, that's when I have to like do things different. It's like, okay, if my future's being stopped because of a man, then my future will only be great with the man. That's the truth. That's what how it will end up happening. You're like, yeah, it's sad, but that's the world we live in. If a man is what's blocking it, a man's the solution to fix it. The fuck? The problem is always the solution as well, like intertwined, the balance of it. So it's like, okay, that's the only way I can fix it is by having that in my life. If they're mad about me attracting that in my life without having it in my life, it's just the attraction of it. No matter if it is it being attracted towards me today, no matter if it's being attracted toward me in 5 years, it's always going to be somebody new I'm attracting towards me. And so I have to keep that in mind. Like, yeah, that's the solution is the nigga. If they're the problem, they're also the solution. And so I don't give up on love or give up on connections because they're being abused. I just try to find out how could we resolve these issues. I got my families. I figured out it was my uncle, his job. My uncle, he out in Atlanta. I got an uncle. He an officer or something in Atlanta, and his job been abusing me and online. And I'm like, where am I? Like, why am I a factor in Atlanta? I don't know. You feel me? Because I'm like, I'm not connecting with Atlanta. Like, I don't talk to people from Atlanta, and I'm just not a factor out there. Like, it's not a part of my life. I don't got people in Atlanta that I be fucking with. So I'm just trying to figure out why I'm being abused in Atlanta. And it's like because my uncle, he's connected with a job. You know, and I be talking about government and shit and all this other shit. You're like, yeah, like he work in government. So like he be talking about the conspiracy theories and going over shit, I guess, that I be saying or that I have said in the past. But it's caused people to get like jealous of my family as a whole. Like I feel like they didn't even fuck with my uncle at first either, but now it's like they really don't like my uncle because how smart his grandchild is. I mean his niece is, and it's like that's where I'm being fucked up by it. Is like, okay, you guys are mad because I'm smart. Yeah, well, I don't know. So it's backfiring. It's like, I was just getting attention from that area because he was recognizing things that I was saying on my YouTube or on my channel or whatever this is. It was getting me word from Atlanta, and I'm just like, yeah, but now the judge is abusive. Why is your judges abusive, Atlanta? Your officers, you're like, what the fuck is that, right? And that shit pissed me off. I said, no fucking way. I couldn't understand it. But yeah, I got confirmation. Like that's who that was. It was my uncle's side, my auntie. He married to my auntie, and so I don't be talking to that side of the family like that, you know. I don't talk to none of the family for real unless we come together for something, but I don't know. I don't even know why my uncle watch me sometimes because like, I'm thinking about it. Why you watching me, uncle? If you're a pastor, my uncle a pastor. You're like, yeah, and he a cop. But it make me wonder why he list. Maybe because he be doubting the shit. He could be doubting the religion, but he a pastor in Georgia. I'm talking about it's a big pastor too. He a pastor and he's a cop, and he be the one watching. But it's like Spirit show me it's my uncle that be watching the information, learning some shit. But it's like for me, I'm like, uncle, why are you watching this shit? You're supposed to be a pastor for Christians, for the religion. And you over here watching my shit. So I didn't know if he was judging me at first, you know? But Spirit showed me no, like he supported. He's learning. So that made me feel good. But I don't know. These people are just weird, bro. It's not just his coworkers. It's like I said, the industries at large. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with the world. Like no way. I don't. I don't know what's wrong with the world. But I'm bored living in it. I hate it here. I hate it here so much. And it's like, mm-mm. Sometimes I feel like I'm not really doing much by telling you guys these things because, like, I'm not personally contacting the celebrities myself. I learned that after SK. I stopped. Excuse me. I stopped telling people, like, in their messages, their DMs about my dreams after SK, or like even on their posts, I would tell them, like the celebrities, you're like, yeah, I used to tell them on their post or on their page or whatever. I would tell them. I'd find a way to reach them. And I reached SK one time. And I reached SK a few times. But the last time I reached him was when I was doing this shit, was connected to he had a girlfriend at the time. It was bad. And it was this girl that he was dating named Katie, right? He like, yeah. And Katie, she wasn't all up on like SK shit. Like she didn't see that I was talking to SK on his Twitter. It was on Twitter. When I used to have this old Twitter. I deleted it though. But it was my old Twitter. She didn't see that I was talking to SK on there. But it was like on his profile. It wasn't hidden in his DMs. You could see it if you went to his page, but she wasn't checking for SK. This bitch didn't have the right intentions at all. Like you like, yeah, no, this bitch didn't give a fuck about SK. So what this bitch do? She go ahead and she leave it alone at first. She didn't care. I was on SK's ass for a minute before me and him got into this altercation, and he added Katie finally. Like, bitch, you don't see this bitch over here trying to fuck with me, bitch? Because I was trying to game SK. It went from me trying to game SK to me trying to like come at SK for not fucking with me, bro. Like, nigga, break up with this bitch. You're like, nigga, I'm having the dreams, nigga, the memories, nigga, we're meant to be. This bitch was out the bitch, out that house, nigga, out that, nigga, all that shit, family and everything. She wasn't around no more. So I was like, bro, follow the path, right? You're like, yeah, follow the path, follow the future. And he was mad at first that I was that I was ignoring the fact that he had a girlfriend. I did. I ignored it. You're like, this bitch wasn't active on his shit. This bitch was not giving a fuck about him. This bitch was a paid actor. So I had went ahead and try to mac this thing right, and I was so close. And then he got mad. I said something that triggered him, and he go to, it was like something seductive, like something you like, yeah, something a nigga like if he available, but if he not available, he gonna act like I don't like that shit. But Spirit showed me, nigga, he liked everything I was doing, everything I was saying. He's still interested today. That's why SK commented on my shit one time. He wrote on our free Q&As the last time before we did it, because he wanted to say what's up. Yeah, he missed me. So yeah, it was funny as fuck. And she saw, he tagged her. He was like, "Beg." He was like, "Beg, get this girl." And he tagged this bitch. And the bitch started commenting like, "Why are you talking to my man? Are you talking to my man? Yeah, you talking to my man?" And I'm just like, oh shit, he got this bitch involved. Now he want to be funny. And he laughing like, yeah, flex, baby. Now they're siding with each other and shit. I'm over here alone, nigga, in the corner, nigga, on my own, nigga, feeling like I'm in trouble. You like, yeah, myself. So I was like, no. I was like, wait. I was like, hey, I'm not even talking to you. I'm here to talk to him. I was like, and we know your secrets. You know, I could read cards and spirituality. So I'm over here, nigga, reading this bitch from the back of my hand, nigga, telling all her secrets, nigga, back smacking her with all these secrets. Nigga, here you go. And bitch, I know this about you. Did he know? In this one. And telling all her secrets, bitch. So I blasted this bitch on Twitter. The bitch mad. She shut the fuck up. The bitch ended up deleting her Twitter. Gone. The bitch was gone, girl. Twitter gone, nigga. No more posts, nigga. No more tweet, bitch. You're quiet. I said, this is what you did, SK. Look what you did. You had me on this girl head to truth by herself, bring out all her dirty little dark little dams, all her dirty little dark little secrets. Now the bitch a ghost. Now she gone. Now the bitch deleted everything. I'm trying to check for her IG. Where's her IG, SK? We broke up. Tiori, it's your fault. Bitches off IG, bitches off Twitter, bitches off the face of the earth, right? So I'm like, good, gone. And let me try to Mac again. I'm trying to keep Macking this. Are you like, yeah, because he tried to play with me by bringing this bitch in the conversation. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about what's meant to be. I'm not worried about what is. This isn't real. Nigga, you're living in a fairy tale, nigga. I'm living in dreams, nigga, past lives, nigga. Come with it, get with it, get lost. So I'm trying to keep it going. Like, I'm not done with you, SK. I don't care if you got rid of this, or I don't care if this bitch is gone or we got rid of this bitch. I'm still trying to get to you. So I'm over here trying to talk to him. He mad at me. I got him in a breakup. He like not trying to respond, trying to block me and shit. You like, yeah, I'm on another different account. So I used to be crazy, right? You like, yeah, I had to stop. This is the bitch I'll never want to be again. I was jealous, crazy, cuckoo. And I can admit that. So I had to accept it. I was like, okay, SK and I went through a lot. After SK, I realized we don't do this no more, Tiori. We're done. We're done writing guys that are celebrities and bitches that are celebrities. We're done talking to them. We're going to just talk to ourselves on the channel. And if they come up, they come out. And it's like, but if they don't, they won't. I just saw Brandy. Why am I seeing a vision of Brandy in my fucking third eye? No, Brandy. Brandy is you, babe. I see Brandy through the Leo right now, in this moment. No, Brandy is you. You got contacts in your eyes. Ace of Swords. Brandy, you got contacts in your eyes. They're light. They're light brown, light green, light gray. No, yes, that is you. So what are you coming in my third eye for with your contacts? Why are you here, Brandy? Spirit, I have to tell you something about Brandy. Okay. What's significant? We just was talking about her. Why is she back? Oh my gosh. What's going on? Why are you showing me this woman? That's different though. Like you see me if I'm talking to you guys and I'm all of a sudden seeing faces in my third eye, but I could see Brandy. She had a little afro. She had her little contacts, nigga. I'm like, what the fuck? She disappeared. I did not want to see this bitch. I was not thinking of you. All right. So what's significant? I wasn't thinking of her. There's that little kid again. The kid. That's that same child connected to the doctor's office. No, yes, it is. The celebrities. The doctor, the Aries, the Leo man, James, and it's Callie. Okay, wait. What's significant? Why are you telling me about this kid? What about the kid? The little boy, the little girl. What's significant about the child spirit? In what way? Oh my. But yeah. That shit crazy. Spirit, what do you in what way? What are you talking about? I don't know if this is her son, her daughter. I don't know who this is. It's a child. Oh, really? Are they oh, they watch me. This little okay, the kid watches me. Oh, this is a kid. Connect to the doctor's office. So they watch me. You're like, yeah, it's a little boy, a little girl. So that's what's significant. That's why I'm seeing Brandy, the little it's because yeah, it's a little boy. He watches me. Hey. So I feel like he's watching me in real time. Or he was, or he is, or that's scary. You're like, yeah, he's watching me or he's about to watch me. I don't know what that is, but the little boy sees me. Okay, little boy, you're like, yeah, okay. The woman doesn't like me. All right, little boy, that's the first thing you need to know. You're like, yeah, that's the first message. They don't like me, little boy. You like, okay, yeah. Aw, little wham wham, a little nana, a little boo boo. So I feel so bad because it's like, what did I do, right, little boy? You're like, you didn't do anything, little boy. How did you find out about me? Okay, the little boy connected to Brandy and Ray J. Yeah. How did you find out about me? Was it through a third party? Who? Brandy? Who told you? Was it another little boy, a little girl, a little kid? Or was it an adult? It was what the fuck? Yeah, is that a man or a woman though? It's a man. Oh, oh. What's his sun sign? The man, little boy. Okay, so there was a man. He told the little boy about me. The little boy connected to Brandy. You're like, yeah. What's that man's sun sign? Who's that man? He want me to know he's watching me though. Michael B. Jordan again. It's me. I'm telling on you, Michael B. With an Aquarius. So little boy wants you to know he's telling on you in spirit. I want you to know it's me telling on you, Michael B. And this is your confirmation. You're done. Right? It's stupid, Michael B. So Michael B, the kid wants you to know you're caught. I just want you to know I'm telling on you and you're done. All right? I'm on your ass. I'm watching her. I'm watching you watch her. We're all watching her. Okay. Because you said something, Michael. Could be doing with the Libra, Scorpio, Pisces, Aquarius. He's been talking. Yeah, he's giving you attention. You know that? Could be the Gemini, Leo. What is he saying, little boy? You need to tell me everything. No, little boy, everything. Okay? You need to tell me. Come on. So he wants me to know that him and the Aquarius, Michael B. Jordan, they're on the same page about this shit. I agree with Michael B. All right. He's on the same page. He feels like Michael B. He know what the fuck going on. All right. These type of things interest the little boy. You're like, yeah, these kind of conversations, the realism behind it. He's like, I was there, right? It gives it more meaning. Okay, wait, little boy. So what did he say about me, little boy? You're like, yeah, tell me. Little Saint telling on this nigga in spirit. You're like, he gonna tell me everything. All right. Yeah. Okay. Right. He told him about something that happened in the past, a memory. Code Scorpio. What was it connected to? A dream or like a feeling or action or a child. He told this little boy that me and him had a son in a past life. Could the Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius. All right, so that's cute. He told him, and the little boy took measure though. He went and checked me out on his own. Like, okay, well, let's see if she's really the one. Like, you like, yeah, that is so cute. So after he told the little boy went deeper. Like, okay, well, let me watch her then. Let me see if she's really supposed to be the one. Let me see if she's really supposed to be around. You're like, right. So he's smart, the little kid. You like, yeah. That's where it came from. He started watching me because the Aquarius. You're like, yeah, he told him we had a child together in the past life. Now the little boy's interested. He's like, I want to know more about her. I want to know, is she nice? Is she kind? Is she honest? Is she solid? Is she cute? Is she ugly? Yeah, you know how little kids are. You're like, they got a lot of questions. Okay. And the Aquarius, Michael B. Jordan was not going to answer none of them. So at this point, that was the secret. We had a child. We had a son. All right. So the congratulations. You're like, yeah. He is so adorable, the little kid. He wants me to know that he's on their ass. All right. You need to get on it harder. These adults are you like, yeah, oh my gosh, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up. They don't listen. I realized it, man. These kids can see. You like, yeah. They don't like it when adults are being mean or being fake and shit. That's not cool to kids. Like, it's not cool to be mean no more. You're like, yeah, like bullying is dead. You're like, yeah, like no, for real. Like somebody here. This shit is not cool. Alright, so bullying is dead. It's not cute or cool to be a bully no more. You don't really know. Mm-hmm. And so the kids are noticing that they're what's in. If the kids think it's cool, it's fucking cool. If a kid doesn't think it's cool, you're lame, bro. Like, you're like, yeah, bro, you're lame, bro. You're fraud, bro. Like, you're not what you thought you were. Like, the kids have to think you're cool. And so when they think it's cool or you're cool, then it is cool. That's aura. Like, if it's not cool to the kids, though, don't do it. Don't use it. So I look at the children because they know real trends. You're like, yeah, no, the children, the motherfuckers is what trends. They are the trend. Like, they're the setters in this motherfucker. So I just know if they're fucking with it, I'm fucking with it. Like that shit's cool, my nigga. When the kids do it, like maybe that little dance they used to do. The kids used to do a little dance with. They move their hips from left to right, all fast and shit. Their hands moving off fast, going from the side to side. Like little fucking crackhead babies. You like, yeah, they'll go in a little dance. They can do to any song. You like, yeah, go back and forth and back and forth. That shit was only cool when a kid started doing it. I said, man, that's cool. I want to learn that dance. And a kid taught me. You're like, no way, a kid. Because that's cool. They thought that. And so that's why I realized, like, yeah, I fuck with what the kids be thinking. Because if it's cool to the kids, it's cool to the world most of the time. You're like, yeah, a child has to find it cool. Yeah. Yeah. All right. How do they know each other? How does Michael B. Jordan know this little boy spirit? Through his job? Yeah, how do they know each other, right? That's how we can't figure out. How are you and the little boy connected, Michael? Through the job or something? The film industry? Through friends, gatherings, reconciliations, being at each other's fucking houses and shit, being in the same community, all right? So it's the community, Michael. That's your confirmation. Something here is all connected. And no, yes, the fuck it is. Oh my gosh. So they must live in the same area or something. Looks like somebody's neighbors or community friends. You're like, yeah. Mm-hmm. This little boy go to the hospital though, the doctor's office. So Michael B. Jordan know about this doctor's office, came to the children. This little boy go there. That's what's crazy. I feel like Michael B. Jordan said something to him after I first saw his energy with Brandy, the little boys, because it had to do with the doctor's office, the celebrity pediatrics doctor's office for the children. And I saw the little boy's energy. Yeah, connected to Brandy. And so I was on target. That's much my confirmation. Like, yeah, I'm on target, bro. I gotta trust myself the first time, not the last. All right. That's interesting. Well, I'm grateful. I'm grateful that Michael B. Jordan told him to watch me, just so he can know, the little kid can know what's going on. You're like, yeah, so he can be informed. He can't be around Michael B. every fucking day, so at least he knows what's going on. He could be informed about shit happening in his community. His community is abusive. I saw a little boy. I saw him getting sick in the future. You're like, yeah, because I saw him not being able to go to the doctors no more. That I saw a doctor's office shutting down or closing down or going out of business because I don't really know what happens. I just know it shuts down. But I saw like kids not being able to go to the doctor. I saw them being rejected from being able to attend this doctor's office. And I saw it was because I know that the parents though were a part of some shit. I know that the parents were mad and they were like in the families in this community were mad that the doctor's office was closed and they were like abusing people because of the doctor's office being closed. And I was just like, what does that have to do with bitches and niggas like me or Michael B? You're like, right, like what I gotta do with this? But it has something to do with it because people were abusing people like me and him and other people because that doctor's office was closing, and they were mad about kids getting sick. I saw kids getting sick for not being able to go to the doctor. And these people, they had too much pride. They didn't want to change the doctor's office because they didn't trust nobody else with their kids. But their kids started getting sick. I just saw kids getting sick and getting mad. You like, yeah, because you sick. You like, yeah, I don't like how I don't feel good. But that backfired. It was something having to do with that doctor's office shutting down. I saw it closing, and I just saw them niggas getting mad at people because the kids couldn't get seen no more. And that's why I was like, what's all this connected to? You like, yeah, I don't know. So that's good he watched me, because he would have never probably knew where to find me. Okay, wait. Yeah. Not shit if anybody else popped up, because niggas just be popping up in my third eye. Yeah, no, I don't see it. I'm not gonna force it. Twiddly diddly do. So that's cool. Is that everything? I must to go. Actually, yeah, I must get off. I think that's everything. I think that's everything. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. I hope you liked the video. I hope I made you smile or giggle, or you're like, no, bitch, it's boring. You're boring. I be telling them that I'm bored. I'm boring. Yeah, no, I really do. I hope you guys fucked with it. I hope it gave you some sort of clarity for those who watch me, known and unknown. People who are watching. I hope you guys got clarity on what spirit needed you to know. Um, I know that I was revealed. I had a child in a past life, a daughter. I never met her in this life. I don't know what she looked like. Her name was Nyla. That was significant. I had her with uh, a Libra. You like, yeah, a Libra is. I feel like it's Jesse or something. If it's not Jesse, it's another Libra, but it is a Libra, and they would have to have confirmation or dreams of this girl. She a little girl. I never met her in this life, but I dreamed of her. She a little girl, little light baby, cute as hell. Her name's Nyla, and then why did you show me that one person and then I'm a ghost spirit? I forgot those last two messages. You show me that one woman. Is that significant, or you feel like fuck no, fuck that? Yeah, do you feel like that's valuable? Do you feel like that's not valuable? Yeah, it's valuable. Okay. What was significant about that dream with that woman? Let me go. Okay, children. Whose child? Their child, my child, somebody else's child. Okay. What about the child? Clarify. That's not good. Interesting. Papa Papa Candelo. Okay, wait, hold on. Why? Like, uh, what happened? What happens? Like, why does that happen? Oh my spirit. Spirit show me what's her name? Quatita Dean. You're like, yeah. Spirit show me her energy recently, like sometime last month in February, March, at the end of February. But they showed me her energy, and it was like interesting because me and her were finally able to communicate, and I haven't I haven't talked about her in a while, but I know that like I don't fuck with her channel no more just because like my spirit, hasn't made peace with her in that way to where I feel comfortable just watching her because of our past. But neither here nor there. Spirit wanted me to tell the channel that some guy do with her daughter's baby, her daughter's child. I'm seeing her because Spirit says she not gonna get the message or something. Her daughter's child is gonna get hurt in a car accident. It's a warning connected to a car accident, and it's her daughter's son or daughter's her baby. I don't know what her baby's son sign or her baby's sex is, but I do know that her daughter do have a child. You're like, yes, it said it's her baby. It's not. It's not Katita's child. It's Katita's child's child. So Katita's grandchild. Yes, the grandbaby. And Spirit showed me the grandbaby gonna get into a car accident and they gonna get hurt really bad. Like it's really bad. You know what I'm saying? You like, yeah, like, are they gonna heal, Spirit? Tell me, Papa. Are they gonna heal? Is the baby gonna heal from the car accident? It is a car accident, though. You like, yeah. Is the baby gonna be able to heal though from the car accident? See, hearing shit like that will make me never want to take my baby in a car again. You're like, yeah, like nigga, now I'm forever walking, nigga. Something here is ridiculous. You're like, yeah, I'm forever on the fucking line, nigga. I'm forever on the fucking right Uber bike, nigga. Something here is ridiculous. It's really sad. You're like, yeah, that's fear, right? What it would do to you to know. You're like, I don't never want to drive again. Never want nobody driving me again, my baby. Yeah, I would forever be on a fucking scooter, a lime, or something, bro. A bike. I don't know. It would be so sad. Forever walking. Okay, wait. Yeah. Is the baby gonna go to the hospital and heal? Clarify, is baby gonna heal, Papa? That's the question. It look like a really okay. Yes, the baby's gonna heal. They're gonna go to the hospital. Okay, they gonna heal. Tell me more. They gonna be okay. Like as far as everything gonna be in order, limbs, or is it gonna be damages, Papa? You know what you're trying to tell me? Is everything gonna be okay? They're gonna heal successfully. They're gonna be fully okay, fully recovered. Well, that's a blessing. The only problem is they're gonna get into a car accident, right? So that's the prophecy. You like, yeah, Katita grandson, granddaughter, the grandbaby, they're gonna get into a car accident. And yeah, she don't see it coming. I don't know, but they gonna get to the car accident, and the baby gonna heal. They gonna go to the hospital. The baby gonna be fully recovered. The baby gonna be okay. They gonna survive. They gonna be healed. But that is sad. It's still gonna happen though. You know, you're like, yeah, that's what's sad. It's still gonna happen. Yeah. All right. Have a good day, you guys. You're like, you too, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hey, Clark. Clank. What the fuck? In the comments on Twitch. Gratitude. Bye.